of the people, that the reason they don't have this is because of this and because of that and because of that. He is not doing well for this country, and that does not paint him as a presidential material. Presidential material shoulders the country. He's able to carry the country, whether the country is sick, whether the country is lame, whether the country he must have room not to bash the country, but to what? Hold the country dear to him and be willing to offer himself as a solution provider together with the rest of Kenyans. But now he wants to build a wedge between those that have and those that have not. He wants to set up the mamambogas, the wheelbarrow pushers and all that against those that provide the wheelbarrow, those that do the constructions, those that are building the estate. So I don't understand him. And if we are sober enough as young people, it is time for us to begin to ask right questions so that we get right answers. Why does Deputy President want to be President of Kenya? I have been looking for any reason since he began to talk. I've not seen any. Even him explaining why he wants to be president, he has not articulated anything that makes sense as far as the state of Kenya and the state of his leadership. Anybody who has been given an office where he's drawing salary every month, and the explanation why he's not working is that his duties were given to somebody else. That does not add up. You cannot be a high school teacher. You are the deputy head teacher in the school. You don't do anything, but you don't miss to go to get salary. The headmaster, you say the headmaster has not allocated me a class to teach. So if you are not working, then it is immoral for you to earn a salary for not working. And going to the Wananchi to tell him the reason why I'm not working well is because the president went to shake hands with the other people who did not ask for this government. There is no government that belongs to Ruto and Uhuru. There is a government that belongs to Kenya, and this Kenya belongs to all of us as Kenyans. And if we want to be part of the right side of history, let us think of Kenya first and not individuals. So one reason why I will not advocate for Deputy President Ruto's presidency, number one, is because he wants to be president. That in itself disqualifies him. He has not asked us for permission whether we prefer him as a president. He has not offered himself for nomination, whether we can choose against him or for him. He creates up a party, he declares himself party leader, and then he says every other person will be nominated except me. If there is any picture of dictatorship, that one is more clearer than any other picture anywhere. Now, if you cannot offer yourself to Kenyans and give the Kenyans the liberty to choose whether they want you or not, you are smelling something that we should distance ourselves from. Number two, the deputy president is clearly, when somebody does not do what he wants, he gets angry and he shows it in public. He wants to, if you cannot lead yourself, you can't be a leader. I do leadership training. Leadership begins by leading yourself. And the best place to lead yourself is when you're about to lose your anger. If you cannot hold yourself and compose yourself and be able to articulate what you want to articulate simply because somebody insulted you or somebody said something against you, then that shows you as a dangerous person given leadership responsibility. So as young people, let us sober up and look critically on all these political leaders. Who is he that is able to govern this country? Don't forget that our country is diverse. We are people from all different backgrounds, and our communities have a way of there are communities that work well with other communities, and other communities don't work well with other communities. So the dynamics of leading Kenya is not even like Tanzania. It's not like any other country. You must be so sober for you to be able to navigate the difference between the central people and the Nyanza people, and then balance them with the coast people. You can't be an irritant personality and be able to govern all these people in the same direction. Are we tempting, you know, one of my teachers said that the devil tempts all of us, but an idle man tempts the devil. Are we not tempting the devil to tempt us as a country? If we are burying our head in the sand, we want to say that it is because Uhuru has deprived the deputy, so we are sympathetic to him. He has been mistreated. I asked a question to Ndeto the other day.
Bernard, please calm
if
down.
there is any person who
You're
made
becoming emotional.
God, yeah, I'm not which emotion. I'm
Let him relax.
If there is anybody who made another president, is Raila Odinga, who made Kibaki president. Kibaki was on a wheelchair in the hospital. He did not campaign. He was not able to campaign. This one man ran around the country, galvanized all the votes, made Kibaki president, and 2 years in the government, he was kicked out with these people. If the deputy president was Raila Odinga in 2002, this country would have seen fire. On the wheelchair, we made you president without your contribution, and then you begin to kick us out. No, it will not work. But look at the way Raila walks away quietly. Why? He believes in fighting another day. Anybody wants to get it now, and he can't wait to get another time. That person is dangerous for this country. Let us agree and not play around. Azimio la Umoja, it is the way to go for now. We need to bring the country together. And we need to stop all the madness of saying that somebody has been victimized, so we should pay, or somebody promised another one presidency. Uhuru has no presidency to give anybody. Uhuru has one vote, the wife has another vote. So if Uhuru promised deputy president 10 years, no problem. Even Uhuru cannot add 1 day to Ruto. So if 10 years was promised him, it is, I can promise you 20 years, but I cannot add 1 day on you. If God says you're leaving now, you will still go. I will remain with my 10 years that I promised you. So let's not play around and say, I was told. It is not I was told. Right now, Kenya is sick. It needs a doctor, somebody who can fix it. And we have a right to assess everybody on the ballot and decide on the one we want. Anybody who does not want us to choose among the rest, he wants to dictate how he will be president. And if he dictates to us on how we make him president, he will dictate to us when we go out, when we come in, how we dress. And at the end of the day, everything we are enjoying right now will be switched off. I don't think we want a Kenya like that. So let's sober up
Bernard,
and not play these games. Thank you.
Bernard, can I ask you a question?
Ask.
Bernard.
Yes.
I am just concerned you are talking about this man called Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga has been in politics for 25 years and plus. He at a time he was the prime minister. Can you tell a youth in Kibra, a person who lives in Kibra, what is the status of Kibra slums? And yet Raila Odinga, you are praising here, he was the MP in Kibra for the last 25 years. So when William,
no problem. I will gladly answer you that. Number one.
Let me finish. Sorry.
Yes. Finish. What I say.
Let me finish too.
Yes.
Some of you are saying that the deputy president is giving handouts today. Kwanza, what happened with the deputy president Kisii, it's so unfortunate that in this country we are calling for democracy, that you allow me to market my policies anywhere. So when you go and hire goons to come and heckle somebody, that one won't change anything.
The people who we know, the people who hire goons to go and make havoc, we know them. The people who ferry audience from one section of the country to another section of the country have been captured on videos. They are all over the internet. The people who are giving handouts. The Didmas Baraza, Kimilili MP, is on the vehicle. He has lined Wamama. In the Luya community, it is wrong for you as a young person to command elderly women who are old enough to be your mother, calling them to give them 500 shillings. That's a curse in itself. I don't even want to go there.
I have a few questions for
just
you.
to inform you, let me finish answering you. Kibra as a constituency, Kibra as a constituency came into effect with the 2010 constitution. Okay? We have never had Kibra as a constituency. Okay?
But sorry,
in 2010, hold on now. You asked a question, I'm giving you an answer. What is it?
You are giving the wrong answer. You are giving the wrong answer. Langata,
you don't ask questions and then you answer the way you want.
No, let me answer him clearly. Let me answer him clearly. Gerard, let me answer him clearly.
Let Bernard answer.
Finish my answer, okay?
Let me answer him.
Kibra as a constituency.
No, Bernard will answer.
In 2010, okay?
Yes.
In 2010, okay? Raila has been running for president. Okay, he has never run for MPship.
Let me answer him. Let me clarify something, please.
Okay, Langata constituency. Langata constituency crosses all the way from Wilson Airport all the way to its neighbor with the
No, you are not answering the right question.
Let somebody answer. You are lying. Stop lying.
No, let me assist.
No, wait.
Yes.
Wait, Yakub.
Yes.
Yes. Now, as you talk about Kibra, remember there's a slum in Eldoret North where Ruto was an MP.
Not even that. I just want him to.
There are so many slums. If you go that direction, so many people should not even be running.
You see now you're missing the point. You're missing the point here. Yes.
No. Yakub, I know the answer you are looking for. We are not going to answer you the answer you want. Yesterday,
let me answer him clearly. I have an answer for that.
Yesterday, Yakub, we talked that matter here.
Yes.
And there was an Uda guy called Ndeto. And this is what Ndeto said, and I think that is what we need to agree. We agreed here. He's an Uda guy. You are an Uda guy. So I think we don't need to keep recycling and reinventing the wheel. This is what he said, and this is what was agreed. He actually admitted there's a slum in Kibra. How do slums develop? Right now, we have slums developing in different places. So you cannot, and most slums, you might not attribute them to the sitting MP at that time. And he admitted, yes, there are slums even at Ruto's constituency. So what you want to look for, what you're looking for is
something, please.
No, hold on. What he's looking for is looking to pin Raila, to try and portray Raila as someone who cannot work.
No, let me clarify that point. I'll be let me clarify.
They have used it many times. It's not the first time.
No, let me clarify that.
Everybody, Anan,
Bernard, please.
Anan, I'm coming to you. Okay, let me just make this point. The slum upgrading program started when Raila was the Minister for Roads and Housing. In fact, the reason why the docket of housing was removed from the roads in the Kibaki government was because of the slum upgrading program. And even when he was Prime Minister, the Kibera that was there in the 90s, the Kibera that was there in the early 2000s is not the Kibera that is there. People have been moved. We only have a small section. It was the largest slum in Africa. It's no longer the largest slum in Africa. So blaming Raila on the same, it is just trying to, to play smart on matters that are obvious.
Bernard, I know.
Let me answer something, please.
Bernard, I know you have the security here, but you cannot also lie to us that Kibra is used.
Okay, hold on.
No, there's something I want to answer.
Order, everybody. Atuya, I'm giving you time to respond. I agree with you. Relax. Let's hear from Anan first.
Yes, I want to answer. Yes, please. I want to answer this question of Kibra. First, you are blaming Raila Odinga for the Kibera slum. But what is the difference between 2010 and below and 2013 up to now? What is the difference? What has changed? Is the Kibera changed from 2010 below and 2013? How much that change is? Number two, remember when Raila was the Minister for Public Works and Finance, he started building houses from the other side of Kibera, from I think this Riara University, from that particular point. There are some houses, upgrading of those houses, but he received yani kuna ile sijui alitolewa kwa government. Actually, if he could have been in government, the coalition government of 203, the Kibera could have changed. But it never changed because of the government forces. There were government forces which were which even made him to be sent away from the cabinet. That is on record. Raila had good intention for the people of Kibera, but the government which he was suffering never gave him that chance to upgrade that Kibera. Now, you have been talked of Kibera. Now I'm asking, and I need a clear answer. Have you ever went to Kibera between 2013 and 2019? And were you there before? What has changed in that Kibera? What happened to those houses that Raila started to build? And before I finish, let me try to add something. As youths, we are failing the country and we are failing ourselves. We tend to think that what the handouts, like now somebody is saying that somebody is giving out money, somebody is stingy, something of that kind. But if I may ask one question, this person who is saying that somebody is stingy has not given out money. Have you ever received money from the person who is saying that he is giving out money? Are you? Can I get clarification that somebody is getting money from, I've received money from Ruto, I've received this from this man and from this man? The only thing that we need to do as the youth, we must realize that we have gone through many problems, that we need to know that there is more resources in the government. If we stop this corruption thing, and those people who will come to buy our votes,
wacha onge, umeenda sana.
No, a bit, because I want to leave. Please.
Everybody will want to leave. Everybody will want to leave.
Let me make this statement.
No. Wacha kujibu. We don't talk to leave. Wacha kujibu ndio uende.
May I answer you?
Yes.
You have said what changes there between 2013 to 2019 or 2021 now. When the last time I was in Kibra, today if you go to Kibra, we have roads, we have water, and we have seen what Imran is doing is more better than what Raila Odinga has done. They even set up the Leto Court, set up a school in the name of Raila. Raila is a person of a many connection. In this country today, if we have somebody who is connected, is Raila Odinga. Do you want to tell me, or do you want to convince me that Raila will not go and bring investors? Russia supports Raila, Germany supports Raila, so many countries support him. With the connection he has, he cannot change Kibera. Two, we are not. Two wrongs don't make an answer. We are not doing it because
no, my friend, make this thing. The government, more especially when you are in opposition, this one should be taken to the record. When you are on opposition, the government can use to sabotage your programs. It's on record. So, what can you say that Raila to some extent has been on opposition, meaning the government maybe has been sabotaging his programs?
What stops Raila working from opposition? What stops him?
Was the
what stops
slogan
him from working from opposition?
That
what I
means
wanted to make you understand. What stops him from working from opposition? Ido Odinga runs so many organizations in Kibra. Why can't Raila use Ido Odinga?
where is the guy?
Amenda
Huyu jamaa
Now,
anajikwaruza mwenyewe.
anajikwaruza hapa.
Same way we can ask why, what stops Ruto, who is saying is out of government, what stops him from giving 1 million Kenyans jobs? Answer us that question.
Yeah, he's
Bernard,
campaigning
I have
himself.
questions for Bernard.
okay,
Atuya.
ask your
I think
question.
Atuya is in a better position to answer that, please.
Yeah, wacha Atuya jibu.
No, I'm not going to answer any question that I never raised. So that one should be left for him. Bernard, you had a Bernard, you had a presentation.
Let me present something, please.
Atuya umeepa mtu wako.
Anan, just hold on. Hold on, let Atuya make his question.
Bernard, you had a presentation. You gave a really detailed presentation. But I want to know some of very few questions. We in the Ruto camp, we are running on a platform of rebuilding the economy, re-engineering the process of how the economy is grown. That's why we have come up with the bottom-up approach. In your side, the Raila side, what is your approach to the economy? What do you plan to do different from the current failed Mr. Kenyatta government to do it differently? Number two, you said something about Azimio la Umoja. Everybody speaks about Azimio. Everybody wants to be a united country. What is it that Raila wants to do or wants president so that this country achieve that Azimio la Umoja? Number three, you spoke about Ruto earning salary without doing work. If today my employer decided that Lamek this the next 2 years you are contracted with us, we cannot dismiss you, but we are going to pay you. We are not going to give you work. Will I resign or will I sit down and eat my salary? Number three, you were saying that
Those are too many questions at once.
I think you should note them down. There are few. Another one.
Yeah, you want me to make another submission?
Okay. I have another. Just
hold on. We are with you to the last minute, so you'll ask me other questions later. The first question on what does the Azimio la Umoja stands for?
No, bottom up. Bottom up. Ndio ameleta ya kwanza.
Bottom up ni hao watatueleza, lakini Azimio la Umoja
ameuliza Bernard. First question ameuliza, UD has come with bottom up. Raila has come up with what? I think that's the question.
What I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Raila's bid for presidency, which is yet to declare, is built on one thing. Umoja is to establish peace, okay? Then the peace environment is going to attract investors. He wants the investors coming in the country, not the ones that will come and take money from Equity Bank. He wants investors who come and put up industries in all counties, which are going to result into job creation for the young people in those counties. The rural places, all of those places, we should have at least an industry that is viable and is able to employ people. Then from there, the businesses in that place, the infrastructure in those places will bring up the revamping of the economy. As long as, like for example, where pan paper is working, we'll have mamas to sell, who to sell, they can sell their wares to. But if the people you want to empower to do business actually buy the stock, but the people to buy the stock don't have the money to buy that stock from the mamas, that business is as good as no business at all. So the industrialization program is the way to go to help the economy of Kenya. The aspect of having a peaceful environment whereby we will have a conducive environment whereby the investors will not be afraid kuweka pesa yao hapa, and in the next 3 years tunaanza campaign, na hizo campaign ni za kutafutana jinsi ya kumalizana. Everybody will run away. So Azimio la Umoja is to bury all the hatchet. Let us be Kenyans and be able to be secure wherever we are. Those who have invested in Western, they will enjoy their investment there. Those who have invested in the coast will enjoy their investment there. Not for us to invest in the particular section of the country only to invest for 3 years, because you have to harvest everything and run away, because the 5th year there will be election and businesses are going to be damaged. So the outlook of the Raila approach to the presidents is to get a permanent solution to the perennial problems of Kenya, which are majorly caused by our political conflicts and corruption, which always draws away the money. He says when he gets into office, all the corrupt people must organize themselves to go and defend themselves or bring back what they carried. He has a roadmap to do that, I believe, and I know that with just even closing the corruption taps, not even 100%, just 70% of them, this country will recover. Because in fact, we don't have an economy problem like
Exactly.
we have the leakage.
Thank you, Bernard.
Happening. The money that is in this country is sufficient to keep every Kenyan well. The problem is the few people who still wants to go and preside over the stealing so that
yes,
nobody else steals.
Thank you.
How
Thank
can
you.
that happen now?
Thank you.
No.
Thank you. Now, Atuya. You know, it is Jubilee that thinks. I mean, not Jubilee. Actually, Ruto said the other day that they came to kill Jubilee, but now Jubilee has transformed itself into UDA. It is UDA that thinks that you need economic reengineering. And by the way, that bottom up and whatever, it is just semantics. How many times have you had poor people in Kenya? And this one was said here yesterday. Tulikuwa tunapigana na adui wangapi? Watatu. Ujinga, umaskini na
ugonjwa ama what was it?
Ujinga, umaskini.
Ujinga, umaskini, ugonjwa.
There were 3. Now, ujinga imekuwa hapa kutoka Independence Day. So, na umaskini umekuwa nasi kutoka Independence. So, it is not now in the year 20 of the Lord 2021 that umaskini imekuwa. So, it is just semantics. Now, the Big 4 agenda was already an economic platform. It was economic reengineering. Right now, there are special economic zones.
It was Ruto's brainchild. If you
there's nothing like that. Stop lying.
As an alternative for Vision 2030, which was a derailing tactic. If the Jubilee government concentrated on Vision 2030, the country will be on the right track.
No,
they cancelled all the contracts that were signed by the Kibaki government so that they can have their turn to eat. And that has backed the country into the whole
And right now, to answer to your wait. There's special economic zones. If you want to know what is happening right now, I want to send you to the CAS of Trade, that is Ocean's page. He goes to all the places where people are being empowered with a structure, not with a handout, with a structure. Go to his page. You can actually get opportunities for youths. There are special economic zones. There are micro enterprises authority. They are empowering people with structures. Ruto wants to give you handouts, and he calls it bottom up. You need to run away from semantics. People should not use semantics to convince you they are engineering. They are engineering. They are reinventing. Umaskini cannot be re-engineered and cannot be reinvented.
That's your own assertion to that. But we have to debunk that. And I think Bernard is actually doing an interview for Raila Odinga's campaign strategy team, because he has a plan that Raila Odinga doesn't have. I will I will categorically say that not even once I've had Raila speak about having foreign investors coming and building industries in every village. That's a brilliant idea from Bernard. I think let me finish. Let me finish. If Bernard if they are watching, I think they can take you in for that. But again, I want to take you back to you guys were saying Ruto is giving promises to Kenyans, and it is still the same thing that Raila is doing. Raila is promising to have an inclusive country. That is good. Raila is promising to create this something he calls about build Kenya, buy Kenya. That is creating local industries in Kenya. That is a promise. And when Ruto says the same, you say that this is a hogwash kind of thinking. No, you have to measure all things from an equal angle perspective. Ruto is promising a bottom-up economics approach where he is promising to build the economy from the ground. Give the people at the bottom of the pyramid.
That is what is happening right now.
You are choosing what to believe. Okay, it's very simple. Somebody promising to kazi ni kazi. Okay, let's just go to the slogan kazi ni kazi. Inamaanisha kama ni kideri, endelea kuuza kideri. Kama ni wheelbarrow, endelea kusukuma mkokoteni. Kazi ni kazi. That means I don't have any other plan for you. I just come to maintain you where you are, and I'll give you more life to continue being where you are. Then somebody else comes and says, Goja, buy Kenya, build Kenya. Now, when Kenya begins to produce her own
products, can also mean buy dairy from a Kenyan.
That is only possible when we have industrialized. Because we are not going to buy goods and label them Kenya. We're going to produce them from our raw material, adding value to our raw material. That is very different from sponsoring Mama Mboga and Mkokoteni.
Wait, is that not a promise Raila Odinga is giving? And we have to question.
No. Atuya, right now.
Let me say something. You guys are ganging up, man. Let me say something. Where will the Raila Odinga get the funds to build an industry in each village? These are the same questions you've been asking us. Where will William Ruto get the funds to give the hustlers to do business?
Okay, Atuya, we already have existing industries that have been run down by corrupt.
My village has got no industry.
Sorry?
My village has no industry.
Okay, we have already existing industries like the sugar industries, the Sonys and etc. So I've heard him saying that he's going to ensure that these industries are revived.
Is that a promise? Is that a promise?
It is.
Or a reality?
Atuya, I just told you right now. I told you there are special economic zones that are already working, like EPZ in Athi River. They are producing. Under which
government?
Yeah.
They are working under which government?
Now wait, I finish.
No, this current government. Just a question before you go on.
Yes, this current government.
EPZ
is there.
Is as old as Kenya. It's not the initiative of Jubilee.
And I told you
I don't want to take credit. I don't want to take. I know it's
there are special economic zones. There are micro and small enterprises authority that is developing small industries within the villages. I have sent you. I told you go to the CAS David Ocean page. See the opportunity. He is going to the villages and looking at the homemade industries for every place. That authority is tasked with the idea of looking at how job creation can be done from those particular places. Now, that is a structure being created by the government. Now, your person, this is where it differs, and that's why I say this thing of yours. It is just semantics, trying to quote. I mean, to give a nice quoting for poverty, which we started ujinga umaskini ambao tunaweza kupigana nao kutoka siku ya whatever, siku ya kushinda uhuru, that ati sasa naita ati we are engineering the economy bottom up. Nothing. It is handout giving.
No,
handout
no.
giving.
No.
When
When we
okay,
say
let me ask you.
engineering
Let me
the
ask
process,
you.
this is what we
Let me
mean.
ask you, Atuya.
Remember, just a moment, Atuya. You've heard of what Ngilu is doing in Kitui?
Yes, I have.
Yes, with the production of the local products and stocking them in the country.
Yeah, it started with the Kibwana.
That's the way to go. And if
Now,
DP was serious about making Kenya function,
what do you understand by?
That he
Okay,
has,
let me ask you a
all
question.
the
What
money
do you
he has,
understand?
and he wants to spend on dishing them out, he would just
What do
go
you
and
understand by
build
bottom
an
up
industry.
economy?
And
Bernard,
then
Yes.
what do you understand?
Atuya.
What do you understand by bottom up approach to the economy?
Atuya, you see,
There's nothing like that.
Atuya, there's
Bottom-up
nothing
approach
like that.
There's nothing
Hold
like
on,
building Kenya.
Atemba,
If you say,
ngoja kwanza.
let me answer,
Hold
Bernard,
on.
please. No, you
Atuya,
overwhelming me.
bottom-up
You're
approach is
overwhelming
a
me.
mode of communication. It's not
Now
an economic
now you are doing
mode.
politics. You are doing
Mode
politics.
of communication, whereby in communication we have what is called grapevine communication, whereby you get the gossip
Atuya,
of the
there are
people
already
down there
existing
and
sectors.
be able to understand what they are complaining about. And as the
Demba, you
man
have
at
to
the
take
top,
over now.
you begin to make policies that will answer to what is going on at the bottom. The
But
bottom
Atuya,
already don't have the money.
Atuya, let me ask
cannot
you.
take the money from where there is no money to take up.
Atuya,
It's not there.
Atuya.
No, wait, let me answer that. How do you reason that there's no money to take up? What we are saying, we want to re-engineer the process. The current process is money, the government money is spent from the top going down. Now, what we want to do is re-engineer the process.
How will you do it? How?
Let's invest. Okay,
hold on, let him finish.
Now, let me answer. Let me answer that. What we are promising is, instead of investing from the top going down, let's invest in small micro enterprises that will in turn spur the growth of the economy.
But Atuya, I just told you there's a micro and small enterprise authority that is doing that.
Let me answer you that.
Let us have an order, please.
No, let me answer. I'm alone in this, and I have to answer you all. Now, if you say that there is a body that works with that, I'll also tell you this: whatever Raila is trying to promise that any local place, that we have county governments that will do that. What's different? What we are trying to say, what we're trying to say, we have the microeconomics and we have the macroeconomics. Currently, our model of economics supports the macroeconomics.
Anan, what?
What the our approach currently is that the government supports the macroeconomics. The macroeconomics comprises of these big corporates and big businesses that they will in turn support the microeconomics to spark economic growth. The macroeconomics, it's the micro, it's the biggest and it feeds majority of Kenyans in this country. If we can inject funds directly into the microeconomics, then we will have a spiral effect that will affect the macroeconomics. You cannot continue doing the same thing. Now let's favor Safaricom with taxes. Let's favor BAT, and they're not giving anything back to the farmers.
Atuya, let me tell you. Atuya,
the farmers to back up to BAT.
Atuya, let me tell you.
Let him finish articulating his.
No, I want to tell him something here that what he's talking about he's being lied to, because number one, which constitutional regime will they do that? That's number one. Number two, the constitution has provided for things that can be done by the national government, that is up bottom, and things can be done by the county government. So which constitution regime are they going to use to do what he's talking about?
Yes.
Which constitution regime will Raila use to build an industry in my village?
Right now, there's a MSC, that is Micro and Small Enterprises Authority. That's a government institution, which is existing.
What tells you that a Ruto government will not use that agency through bottom-up economy.
Oh, so you'll use the
and
same thing.
economic growth.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So actually, there's
So
nothing
your
new that
question was
he's saying
I
that
that.
think
you were trying to insinuate that we have to change the constitution to
So
implement
actually, there's
bottom-up
nothing new.
approach.
Atuya,
Everything.
let me put this across. I know it is not it's neither here or there, but I am beginning to smell a rat with this bottom-up approach. I'm beginning to see it's a system to replace county government, so that we go back to Harambee.
I know you are. I know you are looking for. I know you are looking for a job.
Goja, if you have no regard for the existing structure, you are introducing an alternative structure. You may as well introduce an alternative government.
Let me ask you a question.
I have a comment to make.
Okay,
I have a comment to make. All the existing structures in our constitution are sufficient to support the smaller people, the micro enterprises, and as well as the big corporations. So I don't think there's anything new that the DP is bringing into the economy. Every structure exists for all these things to continue running.
True.
Corruption is our main problem. He's just changing the names and the models, whereas we already have structures in place to take care of the mamambogas. It's the corruption that is ruining the chain, you know. Probably the money is not reaching the people that it should. But our constitution is quite good, you see. There's just nobody to implement, but we should leave our constitution to implement the structures to support the mamambogas and stuff like that without necessarily introducing other things that are going to cause confusion and lack of accountability, you see.
I'll give you one example.
Yes,
Benny, I'll give you one example. CDF.
Okay. Order. Thank you. Goja kwanza Atuya. Now we have I want us to move forward. Okay, we are revolving around this over and over. I want also to get submission from other people as we come to another round. So can we hold on that? We'll come back to it later because it's yoni ikiisha sai. So I wanted Anan to come, and is he back? Yeah, he's here. Anan, you can now make your submission and your concluding remarks, like you said you wanted to go.
Yes. Yes, I was saying.
Just a minute before coming. Please hold on. If you are not speaking, keep your mic mute. The feedback does not go well with the viewers, and the people who are listening through the earphones are having terrible time when your mic is on and you're not speaking. So only the person speaking should have his mic on. The rest should remain mute. Anan, you can go ahead.
I was saying, can anybody hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
As youths of this nation, we are going to fail if we cannot realize that there is enough resources in the government. Actually, we don't understand what politics is. Politics, to some extent, people believe it is the handouts that we are being given that can drive poverty in us. But the government and the government structure has the resources that can enable us change our lives to the better. If only we stop this corruption and we choose leaders of integrity, we choose people who know that the relationship between the electorate and the leaders should be symbiotic. In such a way, the leaders are being paid the salary you are being paid for, and you should deliver by distributing the resources to the common mwananchi. This thing of bottom-up economy, that women and mamambogas are going to be given money to start their business, it does not add up. For instance, I need a country where we have a fair competition. The government has provided a situation whereby we compete fairly, that I have a place to sell my mbogas. Somebody can bring mbogas from the other side, can sell. The environment, we need to create kama ni soko, tutengeneze soko, si maneno ya kupeana pesa kidogo. And these people who are buying our votes, they don't mean well for us. Let us take an example. The salary of an MP for the entire 5 years, for instance, the MP earns around 700,000 plus allowances, it's around 1 million per month, 12 million per year, 60 million for 5 years. But this is a person who can come and campaign with 100 million, 200 million. Where does this man get this money from? This is the same people when we go for assistance, when we go for bursaries, they will tell you, I bought your votes, so let me return my money first. Whereby we will not get the development if we continue to use these leaders. And this is exactly what our deputy president is trying to do. He's trying to buy some people. Look at the people who are working with him. The MP for South Mogrango is on record. In fact, he's saying that, I was hearing him say that ati mtu mwenye anakupea kitu kidogo, something of that kind, that we are the generation of handouts. You go to the clip of Osoro, you get clear what was the mind of Osoro, and those are the minds of the deputy president. Because tell me your friends, I tell you your character. We cannot allow that. We must stand up and choose the leaders of integrity. We have been talking of Raila Odinga, Raila A, Raila B, Raila C. Raila has not been given the mantle to lead in this country. And we have seen what has Raila done. And if you want us to say the regards of Raila, we can start from A up to Z. There's a person who said that we cannot elect somebody who tried to overturn the government during 1982 coup. I was not there, and I don't want to go to that history. But I'll comment about liberation. Liberation, Raila has fought for liberation for those years. Is the Raila that we are claiming the freedom that we have today? In fact, we attribute it to Raila Odinga. And you cannot write the history of this country without Raila Odinga. And the same way, you can write the history of this country without this man, the other man. This man, the history tells me that he is saying that he has sold hands, he has come from poverty, all those things. But that's a lie. William Ruto in 1992 was in Youth for Camp 92. In fact, the year that he has finished school, he said that Moi gave him a car, 1989, or those years. When this man came to sell heads, 1997 was elected for a Eldoret North MP. And therefore, you cannot tell me that this is a hustler. No, this man is somebody who is corrupt from the word go, and he has gotten his wealthy from corruption. So we cannot run away from that. Let Ruto stand out clean and tell us where he got his wealth from. Number two, this man who is supporting Ruto, remember 2013, in fact, something stood out clearly, that he went as far as stealing the land of the Langata Primary School. He sold the land of aviation, and he extended to the land of the school, whereby the kids were learning. The kids were tear gassed. Can this person come out and clean and tell us this is the kind of leaders that we need? Number two, somebody talked of the Mtesi land. Ruto is on record. He stole, and even Mtesi died because of the stress of this man. Can he come out clean and tell us Mtesi land, what went wrong about Mtesi land? And therefore, as youths, let us not rob our future. Let us not rob the future of the future generations. We must stand up. We must not vote because of emotions. We must vote with our heads. We must not vote with our stomachs. We must say no to handouts. Let people come sell ideas, because I believe that the politics of 21st century is about ideas and the competition of ideas. Nothing more, nothing less. No umbrellas being given, no t-shirts given, no anything given. Let a person come, this and this is what I'll do for these Kenyans, and the rest will be good. Otherwise, we will perish. Not those people. Ruto has made this way, Ruto has made this well. Even if he supported the president or not, he has nothing to lose. Yes, I'm done. Yes.
Thank you, Anand. Thank you. And it's I think it's time for us to sober up more and begin to look at every individual critically before we begin to front for them. And there is something we are also forgetting. It is not the government's responsibility to invest. The government's number one responsibility is to provide leadership, create conducive environment for the economy to thrive. The best example is Kibaki. How much did Kibaki invest to revamp the economy? He only facilitated the business people to do business. He made sure that everybody, his slogan was a working nation. And things turned around. So when somebody says he's going to invest into, then that will be a business government. It will not be a government. And every investor wants to make profit. After he has invested, he will come to harvest. And the harvest could mean the closure of his investment, because if I invest in a company na nimeyapatia miaka 3 hakuna profit inakuja, sinakuja kufunga na niende. So let's look at it holistically. Look at Kenya and see the kind of people we have in Kenya and what is really needed, other than sisi kukimbia tu kwa sababu mtu ametupromise maneno ya mdomo ya kusema kwamba is bringing a new model of economics. The economists are yet to convince me about that new model. I am doing my research and my results are coming out the same. I think it is about time Kenyans were told the truth. Na wakubali, kama if they are buying into a lie, they buy into that lie knowing it's a lie, other than for us to kuivalisha ngozi ya kondoo na kuiambia kwamba iko sawa, only for people to come and regret. It's important that even on this platform we ensure that that is taking place. Richard, you are back. How are you? Welcome.
Thank you. I don't know whether you can hear me.
We can hear you. Go ahead and make your submission.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you for giving me this juncture so that I can also say something. To me, I cannot say that Ruto is wrong. He's trying, but the problem is that he left what he started. You know, when you start a journey with somebody, don't leave that somebody behind. And when you reach ahead, you start saying this somebody is the one who has messed. What Ruto could have done is that he was to join Uhuru, continue with Uhuru until the last minute, and then claim that Mr. Uhuru, I supported you. Why don't you support me now? Now he made a mistake of leaving Uhuru. He's running ahead without a stick. Now he's claiming again that they have done development. Of course, truly they have done good, even though they have not completed. I think I was in Kenya in 2013 and I voted for Raila. But Ruto and Uhuru, I remember they were wearing white shirts and their uniform. And Ruto himself was saying that the packet of maize flour will be 60. I was in Eldoret because my home is around there. He said, we will be building stadiums every county. He said, we are digital. We will be giving laptops to small young children in school. Everything they said was digital. Now, this round, he has come with analog wheelbarrows. Those are analog. He should have talked of putting young people in groups and they start these small chamas, small groups. The way Raila is talking now, you know, Raila, what he's talking for a permanent solution. But Ruto, what he's talking what can, even 1 year will not end. If we take the presidency, he will not even finish 1 year before people start crying. Imagine and look at these two people. Just take one perception. Like now, Raila has taken the government now next year. Look at the picture how that government will be. On the other hand, he has taken the government. Look at that picture of his government. In fact, even if you compare the two governments, the two people, you can get that those from the side of Raila, they are strong and they can make a government which will run and try to satisfy most of the Kenyans. Because tell me, Uhuru and Ruto were together running a government. They has reached where the government has run away from them, out of their hands. How come that Ruto can stand a government alone? Because Ruto, no, the problem is that Ruto is selfish. In fact, he doesn't want anybody to even advise. I think he doesn't get advice from anybody. He wants to be independent. How can he run the government and that government stands and helps the youth he's talking of alone? If the government has gone out of hand, him being the deputy and Uhuru being the... So, sincerely speaking and by facts, I'm not saying that Raila is the best. No. I'm not saying I'm not underrating Ruto. No. But the fact of the matter is that at this time round, if Raila is given that government, even if he runs that government for 1 year, at least the Kenyans will see a change. And even if you look how Ruto is going ahead with the campaigns, sincerely speaking, you are not supposed to underrate your boss. Surely, you are not supposed to underrate your boss. Look at US. The person who is the government, who is the president of US now, he was the vice president of Obama. But you know, he had more experience than Obama, but he never underrated Obama. He went ahead and finished, and Obama finished the government. We have that tradition as Africans. that when your father is there, you are not supposed, surely and sincerely speaking, even from the Bible, they are Christians. You are not supposed to underrate your parents. If your parent is a drunkard, is what he is, you are not supposed to underrate. But Ruto is in fact despising all men and even rebuking them. Me, I was there in Edward at one time when he slapped Chesire, the late Chesire. He slapped him at sports club. I was there. That is when he was running for the first time. So me, I come from that area. I know Ruto. Even my things were banned that time. I know what happened. So not that I'm against him. No, he is very bright. He has all the capabilities. But this way round, this time round, if I was him, I was to say no. Let us give another people this opportunity so that we can see how they are doing. So that next time, even if I come, I tell people, we gave another people do it. Again, that's the point, please. You see, for example, some of you and some of us, we are parents. You have 2 children, or you have even 5. Today, you buy something for the first child. Tomorrow, you buy something for the first child. The next day, you buy something for the first child. That is unfair. Even the other children will start running away against you. What am I saying? I'm saying like this. In Kenya, I'm not tribalistic, but I'm talking the sense. In Kenya, we have almost 47 now. Is it 43 or 42? I'm forgetting because it is a long time. Tribes. The first tribe has governed for some time. The second tribe has governed this time. So please, if you have your children, other children also want to get something. If it is Ruto is fair, he is supposed to say, no, this round, let us give another tribe. It might not be Raida. It can be even in Mudavadi, anybody else. But we have to consider other tribes. Because if you are a president of all. But it is good to change. Like now, some of us, where I was working 2 years before, I changed to another place. A change is better than the rest. And I know if we change this time to another tribe, it will be good and it will be very much democratic. Thank you, my friends, for listening.
Okay, thank you, Richard. We appreciate your contribution. Themba?
I just want to ask, not him, but Atuya. Atuya, have you read sessional paper number 10, 1965?
I read it in history books.
What did you make of it?
It's responsible for our failed economy. That's what I can say.
Now, do you know there's a part that it talked about the idea of economic development?
Yeah.
And it captured what Ruto is talking about right now.
But it is not fully implemented as said.
What I'm trying to bring across is there's nothing new with what Ruto is saying. That's what I wanted to bring across. Yeah. I'm done, Bernard.
It's good, huh? Don't go away. It's good. It's nothing new that Ruto is trying to bring up. It's a different approach. It's not nothing new from the moon. It's something that is available. It's just a different approach to issues as the way we have been approaching them for the last 50 years. So it's just a different approach. It's nothing new. Can I ask Ben? Richard a question? Can I ask?
I want to ask you a question. Do we change things for the sake of changing, or we change things because we have found a better way?
First, we change things because either the way we are doing them has failed. Two, we might change because we really feel that we need change. So in the case of Kenya, we, as the hustler nation, we want to change things because it has failed for the last 50. How many years is Kenya independently? Around 60 years. It has failed. We have done the same thing, same trickle down economics, same way of thinking. It has failed. Raila wants us to continue. Ruto wants us to try something new.
There's nothing
Adia,
Atuya that
Adia,
is
you know you are
changing.
being very, you are not being sincere because
It's just the name that is
we
changing.
had
There's
a
nothing.
negative economy under Moi. It was picked up by Kibaki and it began to gain and it did very well. So when you say it has failed, where are you basing your argument? Number one. Number two, what makes your alternative the best option? Is it because it is new or is a new approach, or you have evidence that the demograph of Kenya, the economic balance of Kenya, the best system that can bring about quick recovery of economy is this one? Based on what? Which scientific approach?
And Atuya, other than the change of the name, I mean, you're just changing the name. You are calling it bottom up, but it is
No,
the
we are not
same
changing the name.
thing.
We're not changing the name.
You asked by Penny. Penny asked you. If you go back to sessional paper number 10, if you look at what came up after that was constitutional reforms that was supposed to implement the sessional paper number 10, which at the end of the day whittled down on certain things. Actually, at some point, it merged some of government things that cut down the independence of some institution. Now, what you're saying, and Penny asked you that right here. Sometimes you need to be factual. Penny asked you, we already have a constitution. We have the system of government, that is, we have the county government, we have what is county government, and we have what is national government. We have what is that is Namiti. I'm coming. Go sit with this. So we have what is county government, and we have what is national government. Now you are coming up with something else. We already have MSEA, Micro and Small Economic Authority. We have special economic zones. We have counties implementing their stuff. So what we are asking you, do you want to come up with something else like sessional paper number 10? Are you guys going to change the constitution so that you can implement this thing that you are calling Sijui a new reengineering? Yet we have structures and you guys refused that the constitution should not be changed. Atuya, please reason that way.
You guys, yes, you guys asked me so many questions. I at times wish this forum was all inclusive. You know, my people don't usually come because they fear of being butchered. But I sometimes wish it was all inclusive. I could not be handling a million questions. But what you're actually saying, if you're asking us that if we're gonna change the constitution, the constitution is not the constitution can be changed. And when I say the constitution can be changed, it doesn't necessarily mean we're going to into a referendum to change the constitution. The reason why we have the National Assembly, the reason why we in the Hustler Nation we are looking for numbers is because we want numbers in parliament so that we can legislate some of these things that we want to work. So we want them to work in the way we want. So if need be that our bottom up economics model needs some needs to be legalized or needs to be entrenched in the Kenyan constitution, it won't need a referendum. It is not anything to deal with the economy. It's not an eternal clause. So that one can be dealt with. We can change that in National Assembly and in the Senate, and that is within the legal boundaries that are there. So if need be, we will do that. Bernard asked me about why are we changing? Is it because we have seen it work somewhere? And I'll tell you for free, yes. Was it in China? They used the same approach.
No.
Before,
You-
let me finish.
No,
Okay,
no.
you might have information more than I have on that.
No, no.
But let me finish.
You guys have used China many times and you won't. China is using the social
No, not
economic
currently.
model.
Not
Yeah, currently. Oh, not
Okay,
country. So you don't even know. You don't have facts.
I'm speaking about.
Atuya, if you don't have facts, don't use a country that you Google how many countries are using bottom up, and then you can
No.
come back and say 1, 2, 3.
No. Okay.
China is not using it.
Okay. China uses social what?
Social economics.
How does it work?
It works by the government building, like what Kenya is doing right now, building industries and then balancing the economy so that the demand and supply is the same. When something is needed, it is produced, then it is bought by the people, as opposed to what you are calling bottom up. And that is what is happening right now. The government is building infrastructure, building industries, so that people can get employed, have power to buy. They go buy things. Industries make them because they are buying them. What you guys are saying, you want bottom up. You want to give someone money to go sell mboga, and you don't empower the place the mboga is coming from.
Wait, it's just pure linguistics here. No, when you say that the government.
So don't use China. Use another example.
No, let me go on. When you say that the government wants to build industries so that people can have the power, that is empowering the common mwananchi. And when we say we want to empower the people at the bottom of the pyramid, that is what we mean. It doesn't necessarily mean that I want to use your language so that you can understand me.
So this bottom up is just semantics. That's what you're saying. Okay.
Give me a second.
Hold on.
I'm usually quiet when you speak.
Thank you. And Atuya, you are a very interesting guy. Okay.
No, I want to finish on this. I want to finish on this.
If that is the case, okay. If that's the case, I want to believe you. If that's the case, then nothing stops the DP from implementing it now.
Let me tell you what stops it.
What stops him?
When the handshake happened, William Samoei Ruto, the 5th president of the Kenya country, was relegated from being an able deputy president into being a quasi-deputy president in office. His responsibilities were moved on.
But he's been giving you guys wheelbarrows and 1,000 shillings.
Yeah, that is from his own pocket.
So he can do it from his pocket, but he can't do it from within the structures.
No, you can't use your own money to build an industry in Nyamira. It won't work.
Oh, okay.
So what is Chandaria using? Which money is Chandaria using?
Chandaria is doing business. He's on his own. He's doing personal business.
Private business.
Yeah.
Which is allergic
to.
Do
you want to tell me that Ruto is supposed to go to Kisii, open a factory on his own money, go to Nairobi, open another? He's
the businessman. He's the businessman.
But he's using his money
with his poultry experience. Okay.
So he's using his money.
Poultry farms all over the country so that we have jobs as we take care of his chicks.
Atuya, can you have consistency of argument? Have consistency of argument.
Yeah.
If you are saying that Ruto,
I would like to say one thing, Atuya.
Order.
No, Atu. Can I speak?
Don't ask a question.
Musa,
don't ask a question. Before answering the question, someone is asking a question. You giving me a million questions with the same answer. So what do you want me to do?
Sorry. Atuya.
I want to hear Musa. Musa is, and I have a question for
Atuya. Let me ask Atuya one question. Okay. Let me ask Atuya one question, please.
Go ahead, Musa.
So, Atuya, your guy, the deputy president, he likes polishing things. Saying bottom-up economics is just what is the Kenyan government is doing right now. Investing into different companies, giving companies money so that money can go out so that it can help the common mwananchi. But now you are saying it's bottom-up economy, which it's never going to work. That thing that the deputy is polishing is never going to work. That's just because where will he put the money? If I ask you, where will he put the money?
Now that's a very good question. When we say that we giving the money to the people at the ground, How is CDF giving money to people in their pockets?
Exactly, the CDF is giving money.
Let me say, we want to create a pool. We're not going to give Mama Mbogas, you have 50 shillings, you have 100 shillings. That's a bad way of thinking. We want to create a pool of funds where that the local people can have access to do their own
What
business.
constitution will you use?
Yes, and how is that different? And how is
Eh?
that different from? And how is that different from how the government is doing its things right now? The government is doing the same exact thing.
No, currently.
The government is doing the same exact thing right now.
How?
The government is investing, is putting its money into factories and companies so that it's going to.
There's no Musa mwambie kuna CDF, kuna youth fund, kuna Uwezo fund,
Exactly,
kuna
kuna
Wazee
Uwezo
fund.
fund.
So
Yes,
you
yes,
guys
yes,
want to
yes.
increase monies to those places. Tell us.
Yes.
Hakuna kitu mtaweka ati we want to increase. What fund?
I think there's somebody here ashai try kuenda kuchukua a loan from youth fund. You are told enda form a group, you will come mkiwa
corruption, corruption. Tunataka kuua corruption.
Hold on, order.
You end up getting a loan, 2,000 shillings. 2,000 shillings.
Okay. Thank you. I understand. Now, if Aduya, you are putting it very well. The youth fund, to access it is a problem because of the bureaucracy. So
not bureaucracy, not
what is
limited resources.
Limited resources.
Yeah.
So you want to add on the youth fund, you want to add to the women fund.
No, we are creating a total bulk, a new way of doing things.
Thank you. A new way of doing things, which is an alternative line of distributing money. Is that it?
No, that's your thinking, and we have our own thinking.
Okay, thank you for your own thinking. I really celebrate your line of thinking.
I have questions.
Hold on. You will ask your questions. Let's hear from Lawrence first. Let's hear from Lawrence, and then there is Geoffrey, and then we'll come back to your questions. Just note them down. Lawrence, karibu.
Thank you, Bernard. Naona mmekalia tu ya bana. Okay, let me try to explain something Atuya. I hope hamtanikalia kabisa because I and Atuya belong to the same school of thought.
We can't promise, but just go ahead.
Okay, let me explain something about the bottoms up, which Atuya is not explaining. When you talk about the bottom up, the deputy president doesn't necessarily mean to give money to the hustlers. Ati anaenda akipea mama mboga 500, akipata mtu wa mkokoteni anampea 9,000. That can't happen. It can't work in a government. But one way in which the deputy president means to change the economy of the country by empowering that from the bottom pyramid is by, for example, let me give an example. I come from Kikuyu in Kiambu constituency, and Kiambu is known to have a lot of hustlers here, like any other part of the country. Let us say today, the government decides to build a level 5 hospital in my area, in my home area, specifically Kikuyu constituency, and in a certain village, let us call maybe in Kamango village, a village called Kamango. In the current government, when the government is building such a hospital, they always get their materials elsewhere. That is, if the hospital is being built, the government will order their materials in Nairobi. They will employ people from maybe far from Nairobi, and even if they'll employ people from my constituency, maybe Kikuyu constituency, what I employ were too limited, but most of the people come from far, from Mukofa. So what do I mean? If the government is if the government want to construct a level 5 hospital in my area, they'll come first. They'll look at the area. I've said that is Kikuyu area, Kamango area in Kikuyu constituency. What the government will do is they look for a hardware which is within Kamango area in Kikuyu constituency. They'll stop buying their products in let's say Nairobi, where the government always buy. They look for hardware, a local hardware in Kamango constituency.
Let me interrupt.
By doing
please.
so, they've empowered Wachuhe.
Bernard,
They've
let me
empowered
interrupt.
Wachuhe.
Let me
Okay,
interrupt.
hold on, Lawrence. Hold on, Lawrence.
Lawrence,
Penny, please.
Hata sijaanza bana. Okay, yeah.
wacha nikuulize, from the campaigns, the DP
Yeah.
has been categorically stating that mama mboga na bodaboda watakuwa na pesa mfukoni. You see, the concept you're talking about is a completely different. It's completely different.
But I'm not done. I'm not done. You've run to answer me yet. I'm not done.
Here is a case where the DP is promising the border borders and the mama mbogas money, which means there will be a 120 million allocation to the mama mbogas and to the border. So we are wondering what mechanism, because we already have constitution in place that has some structures that are taking care of these people. So we are just wondering, what is this other? Is it a duplication of structures? I don't understand. There is just a lot of confusion. What you're saying is not the bottom up that the DP has been describing. Is mama mboga pia atakuwa na pesa yake mfukoni, watu wa bodaboda pia watakuwa na pesa mfukoni. So it is not what you're saying that they'll procure their materials from the nearby hardwares and stuff like that. That is a completely different thing.
Okay.
Let me
finish.
Okay, Penny. Thank you, Penny.
Let
Lawrence.
Let me finish.
Lawrence.
Yes.
Hold on. I
Yes,
give permission to continue. The way you describe it, what makes it very funny, that the government will come to Kikuyu and check for the hardware around. Please, government does not work like that. In fact,
Bernard, don't go this
level
way.
5 hospital is built on contract. Somebody wins a contract, whether it's a Chinese or a Kenyan. He's the one to do all that hardware thing. Government does not participate in that.
Bernard, this is the mechanism we have to change. We don't have to give our contracts to the Chinese. We can get local contractors.
Lawrence,
the contractor can work on instructions because
Lawrence, hold on.
Okay,
Let me say something.
Yes.
What you are saying
Temba.
is currently happening. Counties are having projects and they're employing local people to implement that within the county structures. So there's a structure already. Government, when it is doing its work, it does bidding contracts. So if it's a government thing, they say it is going to be happening in this road. What they do, they employ the local. I want to give you an example. SGR, they were employing the local people in those places wherever the SGR was happening. So there's nothing different.
But materials were
that you're saying that is local. We're being given local jobs.
They were
County
not
government
purchased locally. Materials.
Okay, Temba.
County governments are already implementing those things. So give us something different.
Lawrence, you said the material are not local.
Let me finish. Let me finish my point.
Okay.
I'm talking of for example, the SGR passed through. Let us take a part of Kajiado. If we had materials purchased in Kajiado in a certain hardware in Kajiado, you've taken that money to a businessman in Kajiado. Okay, let us say, for example, the government purchased, let us say, cement in Kajiado, in a certain hardware in Kajiado County. They've empowered a hustler in Kajiado who is running a hardware. Then from there, the government should employ, and they've been doing that, but not in the way that it is expected. They should employ locally. If they are coming to build that hospital, the level 5 hospital, they should employ they should employ people locally. From there, we have mama mbogas within. This mama mboga is the person who is cooking in a kiosk. There will be the person who will supply food in the construction site. That is the hospital which is being built. You've empowered a mama mboga somewhere, a mama kiosk somewhere. From there,
hold on. She'll be selling boga by law or by what? I mean, if the people on the construction
mother
don't
will
want to, if the people on the construction don't want to eat hamburger, what will the government do to make
no, but in any case, in any case, these people are getting lunch. These people must get lunch, must eat lunch, just within the construction, and that is what happens in most construction sites.
My conclusion is this, Bernard. These people, these people don't understand bottom up.
Bernard,
you guys don't understand
Bernard,
bottom up.
If you give me time,
Atuya and Lawrence, you don't understand bottom up.
Thank you.
Listen, if you give me time, if you give me time, I'll be able to explain parts in details, Bernard. Let me finish in details, because I'm going to another point.
Your details are the ones agitating us. But hold on.
Okay.
Please, and you have like another 2 minutes because of grace, to articulate what you're articulating. But you are leaving a lot to be desired. Mama Mboga is empowered by you mean the government is going to give Mama Mboga ya kuuza ama watalazimisha wale wanafanya mjengo kununua mboga yake? Unamaanisha nini?
The Mama Mboga ni mtu, nikiongea Mama Mboga ni mtu wa kioske, anapika chakula chake pale, anapelekea watu wenye wako kwa mjengo. Akipeleka hapo amekuwa kama huyu mama alikuwa anapika chakula kiasi kidogo, kwa hiyo hospitali amesaidika, atakuwa akipika chakula kiasi kingi kwa sababu amepata watu wengine wa kukula hichi chakula. That is atapata, wale watu wananunua chakula pale, wanapata chakula pale wanakula, anapelekea watu chakula. That is, sisemi serikali itamnunulia mboga akuje auze zile mboga. Let me continue. Let us talk about the funds that the deputy president has been talking about. The deputy president amekuwa akisema tumekuwa tukipeana pia CDF money for the needy students. We don't need a constitution kuanza pesa mradi tunaweza saidia hustlers. Ati hustlers wa pale chini wanaweza wanaweza pewa pesa ndio waweze kujikuza. Huyu hustler anaweza enda achukue apewe pesa kiasi fulani. Si kwenda like we apply for the CDF bursaries. Kama watu wengine wetu tumesoma na bursaries, tukienda campus kuna help. Pale kunaweza eko pesa kama CDF, ndio amekuwa kimaanisha. Hizi pesa huyu mwananchi wa kawaida anaweza enda pale na akuwe needy, maybe a youth want to start a business. Anaweza enda pale na kutakuwa na mechanism, an easy way of accessing government funds, project funds, more than it is right now. Because right now you have to follow a very difficult set of bureaucracies to get the government money. As a youth, as a woman, as anybody else in the country. So when he talks of bottom up, atasaidia yule mtu wako pale chini anaweza pata kiasi cha pesa, anaweza anzisha biashara ama anaweza endeleza biashara yake, and which will be much easier like it is right now.
Kwa hivyo hiyo ni loan
Sorry?
Hiyo itakuwa loan, utarudisha, si ndio?
It will be kind of a loan, yeah.
No, kwa hivyo you want to make Kenyans and youths a loaning community that they pay with low interest. You know what that means? If you are 30 youths and all of you are selling burger and nobody is buying, within 2 months, nobody will have bought that. You will default on those loans. You know what that means?
Bernard, you will have to protect the speakers. Themba is cross-examining them.
It's okay. Lawrence,
it's becoming a
good challenger. He's a good challenger.
There is a
yes, Bernard.
Okay, you get bursary.
Okay.
As a student, and you must prove you are a student, isn't it?
Sure, kabisa. Yes.
So how is the bottom-up approach is going to identify people as hustlers? Do we have IDs for hustlers? I mean, how do I come and say I'm a hustler?
Okay,
now
Bernard,
that's a very unfair question.
I mean,
I don't think you need to answer that one.
Okay. Let me answer, Bernard. A minute. You can't just be a reckless government that goes giving each and everybody, because everybody claims to be a hustler. Unampea pesa. I think hata William Ruto si mjinga ati ataenda akipatia kila mtu pesa. there are strategies that must be used. There are ways that must be used. For example, if you have a business, ama you have this idea, you must show, niko na hii idea and I've done this and this and this. Or I have a business, niko na business, hii business yangu lazima kukuwe na watu wataenda kuangalia ukweli ako na business, na business yenyewe ni deserving, anataka kusaidika. Haizi enda ukisema ati kila mtu okay, if you talk of everybody, ati ukienda unapanga line unapewa loan, kila mtu atataka. Hata wewe Bernard utakifika pale utataka loan. So they
Lakini si mahasla ni wengi.
Isn't that what the youth fund is about? The youth fund, you have to write a business proposal, then you have to provide your, then they will not even give you the money. They have to take you through mentorship, bookkeeping, and all other things on business. We have done application for that thing since then. We have never succeeded in getting the money. So even the hustler will have stopped being a hustler before.
Can I ask Lawrence the same question?
No, Bernard, I think we need people. Bernard, we need people who know what bottom up is to waulize maswali because hawa atuya na huyu Lawrence hawatusaidii.
Hold on now.
You guys want to complicate things.
Order, everybody. Okay, Musa, ask your question, then Lawrence, as you answer the question, make your submission to conclusion.
It's what Themba has already asked him. Nilikuwa nikuulize tu Lawrence. Ushaisikia kitu inaitwa Uwezo Fund ama youth fund? How do they work? Ushaisikia? How do they work? Yes,
zina work through. Okay, zinatumia a certain strategy to work. Haziendi tu direct ati unaenda unapewa direct. You must go through a process.
Exactly, and that's what umekuwa ukijaribu kutuambia hapa tu saa hii. And it's exactly the same thing. So hakuna kitu yenye Ruto anakuja kuleta mpya. It's just the same exact thing that you are telling us, unless you are using rocket science ambayo sisi hatuelewi. It's the same exact thing that you're talking about.
Let me say one thing. You guys are actually pinning us bottom up approach to only mama mbogas being given money, border borders being, that is just one aspect of the bottom up economic approach. When we speak about bottom up economy approach, it is a way of a whole way of how government will be working to grow the economy. When Ruto becomes president next year, August, it doesn't mean that the macroeconomics of this country will stop. It doesn't mean Safaricom will stop. It doesn't mean BAT will stop. It doesn't mean Airtel will stop. It doesn't mean that now we will close Safaricom and have Mama Mboga selling Mboga at Safaricom house. One thing, when we say about a bottom-up economy approach, it is that we want to build the economy from the ground. And one aspect is make those funds available to those Mama Mbogas. If she's making 500 shillings now, let her be able to make 1,000 shillings. Number two, we have micro enterprises. We can create a million Safaricoms. We can create another Airtel in this country. We can create, no, Demba, you are greater than that. We can create other businesses in this country by empowering SMEs. Don't put it directly that now that it's Mama Mboga and border borders. If we want to create a pool of businesses that are able to pay taxes and increase the tax base in this country. Don't just blanket it to Mama Mbogas getting money lining up. That's not the way an economy is going. And you have to remember this before you go on.
Bottom up is to increase the net for collecting taxes.
Not purely that. It is growing the economy from the bottom. Look here. Yeah, okay. That's a good question.
Okay. Bernard,
hold on. Lawrence, I still have you. We are coming back to you.
Okay. I wanted to give the
money that will go to empower the bottom. Where will it come from?
Good question. Currently, for instance, a maize farmer like my mother is, depends on as that board called ile ya kupeana cereals, whatever, and this. That is a bureaucracy that it must come from the board top going down. Now let's give that farmer directly whatever input he or she needs. That is what is called bottom up. Instead of approaching that farmer through
I want you to make me understand.
the
This
money.
we are giving direct. We are giving it from where? Do we get it
Now,
on the street? Do we?
my
Yes.
mother,
Yes.
my mother, who is a retired teacher, now does farming. If you are a large scale farmer, you can get that for instance fertilizer from the NCPP. But now if we have structures in place, instead of us waiting for that bottom up and top down approach, let's face the farmers directly. Let's
Atuya,
Look here, Atuya, you are
Who is this?
refusing to see. I'm
Who is
asking
this?
a very
Ngoja Bernard, nimuulize.
we have Kenya
Ngoja Bernard.
seed, okay? We have Kenya
Ngoja.
seed. Ngoja kwanza Themba. We have Kenya seed that is in charge of generating seeds for the farmers, which is related to the composition of the soil in different localities, which seed is good in which locality. Okay, then that is on the national level. Then they will generate the seed, multiply it, and then send it across for the farmers to buy and then plant in their farm, and then from there they get the harvest. Now you are telling us we are going to give directly to the farmer, but you're not telling us where we'll get it from, because you are against top bottom.
Yeah,
okay?
good question.
You don't want everything from the top.
You belong
You want
to
everything to leave bottom and go up.
Wait, Atuya, wait. As you answer, you are saying we. Who? You know the representation of the government is that NCPB, that Kenya seed is the. So which is this? Who is this? Is Ruto going to go personally, or is going to create another body to distribute? Or so he'll create another body.
Let me answer. I have
Which?
answer for that.
Okay.
I have an answer for that. When we say we want to re-engineer the economy process, we simply doesn't mean that we're gonna abolish NCPP. We're gonna abolish seed, the company of seeds that Bernard has said. They have a mode of operation, and the mode of operation is they work in a top-down way. Now, what we want to do, let the seed company work from bottom going up, re-engineer the process. Instead. Okay,
Atuya, wait, Atuya.
No, I want to take that explanation.
No, wait, Atuya. This is the bottle. This is the seed. Okay. This seed needs to get to the farmer down there. Okay. We have Kenya seed that does the research and does everything and decides, okay, this seed should be reaching the farmer. Are we together there? Now, what are you saying about this seed that will make it bottom up and not up bottom? This seed has to get to the farmer. So just give me an example where now this seed will be moving not up bottom but bottom up.
No, that's the wrong thinking. Then I think that's the wrong thinking.
You just said that.
I think you have. Let me answer Bernard first. No.
It's the same thing. I'm explaining the same thing. You have said, okay, the Kenya seed will now go work from bottom, then up. We just want you to bring us to that mechanism. How will it now, instead of it coming from Kenya seed, Kenya seed will be receiving seed from bottom.
Okay.
Yes.
Now that is bad reasoning. That's what I say. The two of you are well educated beyond that kind of reasoning. What I mean is, what we mean is re-engineering the process doesn't mean now you have to take the seeds from the farmer to the. What kind of reasoning is that? We are talking about the processes. We are talking about the processes of getting that information, that seed. We're not necessarily speaking about the seeds. If we're gonna have a bottom up approach, why can't we have a localized seed company then? Is that not bottom up approach? We are not speaking about now mahindi itoke kwa mwananchi ende kwa government. That is bad reasoning, and I don't expect such reasoning from the kind of people we have in this panel.
No, it is what you're explaining.
No,
So tell us. That's what I asked you. We asked you,
No,
Atuya,
Bernard,
how
can I
that
ask one
seed.
question,
Hold on, everybody. Let's
Bernard.
have order. We are
Bernard.
going straight
Don't
back
talk
to
about
Lawrence.
seeds. Talk
Bernard.
about processes.
Bernard, a minute, please.
Caesar.
Bernard. Yes.
Caesar. Number
Yes,
one.
please let me ask Atuya one question before you proceed to the next.
Ngoja kwanza. Naomba tu subiri kidogo. In fact, you are coming in after Geoffrey. Just hold your horses.
I just want to ask only a small question, please.
Okay, ask.
But why are you allowing me to ask questions that tuliwakataza wengine ambao wako kwa giza?
Now, by the way, mbona sura yako tuoni Caesar?
No, I'm somewhere. That's why, and I always
give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar.
Okay,
ask your question.
Yeah. Huwa kwamba hapa acha maswali mingi, wacha niulize.
Bernard, utafanya tupigwe vita hapa. Wamalwa tulimnyima na
Abana, lakini si unanijua sura yangu na nakuanga hapa kila wakati. Sasa leo nikikwambia niko mahali.
Leo hata Ruben pia tulimwelewa, lakini hakupewa nafasi. Kwa hivyo wacha tuwe fair kwa kila mtu. So wewe tutapigwa hapa na Atuya. Atuya atatuambia hapa tulinyima Ruben.
No, Atuya is my brother and he knows.
Aya, ngoja. Atuya, is it okay that we allow him, kwa sababu tulikataza Wamalwa kuongea na alikuwa kwa giza.
It's past 2. We can bend the rules.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Atuya, my brother. Habari yako?
Niko salama.
Atuya, sometimes usijaribu kujiweka kwa mambo yenye utawezana wewe mwenyewe. I told you from the beginning. Hii mambo unajaribu kujifinya, unaambiwa uombee watu wakule, unaanza Mungu wa Israeli, Jacobo nini na umeambiwa uombee chakula watu tukule tumejoka, hautaweza. Even those people came with this slogan of bottom up, na ni maprofesa wanaenda kwa national TV wanashindwa kuelezea. Hii kitu itakukoroga Atuya. If you understand something, just tell us straight. Wacha kutusunguza. I've been listening from you, but sielewi kitu yote unatuambia. Bisisia. So my brother, na hizo vitu unatuambia, okay, from your perspective, unaongea is like DB ni kama mtu hayuko kwa serikali. DB ako kwa serikali. Na okay, just forget about from 2017 up to date. Before from 2013 amekuwa hapo. Na vile anasema akona numbers. Ni nini imemzuia kutufanyia hata moja ndio tuone akipata hiyo full mandate, so ataleta hiyo bottom up economy. Utashinda ukitusungusa hivi unatuambia ukikaa hapa na uko hapa. We need practical things.
Is that a question?
Yes.
Of course.
Do you want him to clarify?
Like the question is why is not Ruto doing the same currently?
Yes, he has claimed he has numbers. Why hasn't he brought about at least one thing for us to see if he can do this as deputy? Then being given presidency, he can do better.
He has done 2013 to 2017.
Which one? Tell me even one or two.
One, the issue about TVETs is a brainchild of one William Samuel Ruto, of ensuring that each and every village or constituency has a TVET college for class 8 dropout. Let me not call them dropouts, but for class 8 class 8 and form 4 leavers who can go and acquire skills that they can actually come to the market and get real-time employment. That is one achievement he had while he was in government.
Okay. You came from Nyamira County. I come from Kisii County. Tell me,
Yes.
where is this located?
That is a very easy question. I will answer you from my village. In my village, we have like 4 or 5. We have
Nitajie, mimi Mkisii, nitajie iko wapi? And I will make a follow up tomorrow. I will report here to Bernard. Tunataka
okay.
tusikubrak tukosi mambo na
Search for
kutuambia hapa.
okay. We can just go online, search for Getueve Technical College, and then someone else go online and search for Ekerbogie Tai training TVET. Someone do that immediately. Okay, that's an answer for you.
Okay,
and
I
again,
think as that being searched, let's I want us to go back to Lawrence so that we make progress. And then also for Fatuya, there is the introduction of TVET. Okay, how has it positively?
Uliacha nani akaenda kazi, jamuuliza swali.
Nani? Caesar. Kwani
Edward,
I can't hold anybody here.
Niko hapa, sijaenda mahali.
Caesar,
I'm still here.
Let's do this. Ngoja kwanza. I want us to retain timekeeping. We are taking too much time on one matter. So we go back to Lawrence. He gets his 2 minutes back because we interrupted him. Let him do his final submission, and I would want him to be concise as possible so that we hear from Geoffrey. And then we have this other my guy who has a powerful name that I'm yet to learn to pronounce. I will know it by the time I reach there. Okay. The Laurent. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. So as I conclude, I want to say that the bottoms up economy will be real, and let us wait and see. Again, I believe in the deputy president. Don't ask me what the deputy president has done, because it is evident in the whole country. The deputy president, even after he was weakened and after his responsibilities were taken, he has continued empowering young people. Tell me any other politician who has been close to the common mwananchi more than the deputy president. You cannot tell me about a wheelbarrow. When you talk of a wheelbarrow, you cannot criticize that wheelbarrow, because that wheelbarrow is a source of income to a number of people. Not a lot of people. Let me say a lot of people, not a number of people. The deputy president is the one who has been with these people. When he talks of the bottom up economy, he has been with the people from the bottom. He has been with the common mwananchi. He has called youths in his current residence and empowered them with car wash, with mkokoteni. Not okay, like Bernard, sisi wote tunaweza fit kwenda university tukue madaktari, ma lecturer, tukue ma lawyers. When I'm given a wheelbarrow and I'm able to sell miwa na ile wheelbarrow, inanisaidia. Tell me ni nani hata Raila amepea youth yeyote nini kutoka 2017 elections ikiisha. So despite him not being in government, William Ruto amefanya kazi yake, amejaribu mahali anaweza. Ni mtu anafikiria yule mwananchi mdogo na amekuwa kimshikilia, and he does it better. So I believe in William Ruto, and I believe when he becomes president, he will do great to the people of Kenya and the nation at large. Thank you very much.
Okay, I don't want to dispute that for now. I'll come back for you. I am being pushed to, due to public demands. Geoffrey has to speak. The comments are too much on me because I have kept you on hold. Geoffrey, are you there?
Thank you, Brother Bernard,
Karibu.
for the chance to speak. Kwanza nimeona Brother Tuya, Penny, Lawrence, Musa, Rukundu, and Sisa. First, before I say anything, I hope Brother Bernard next time look for more people who are promoting that ideology of bottom-up economy so that we can have enough people to ask questions, because you are really overwhelming Atuya trying to explain. So let us make this so that the panel can have a balance, so that they can have something to speak. Let me say this. When I see all of us here, I know that we know very well our country. We know the challenges which are there. But it surprises me when we have very smart people who knows what's going on, and here the deputy president come up with that idea of bottom up. He's saying that he wants the money to trickle down to Mama Mboga and Mkokoteni, border. Forgetting that when the devolution came so that money can trickle down to mashinani, to grassroots. The devolution came, which Ruto was opposing and campaigning against it, so that money can trickle down to county level, so that our people can have business, can have something which they can do what? They can survive with. Now it's coming up with this bottom up, and his followers, they are good. You know, it's politics. They're allowed to follow whatever he tells them. They are forgetting that this is the same person who was opposing this constitution which we have, which was created to empower people in the grassroots level. Now it's coming up with that the bottom-up economy approach, which cannot be explained by Ruto alone. I mean, it's now using the tactics of Moi era, whereby go down there dishing money so that confuse people, because our people have been used to the handouts. Now, when they see handouts, they're gonna do anything because they need that money. People are poor. When you see a leader who's using handouts, is brainwashing his followers. He wants them to continue remaining poor so that they can use handouts to rule them. That's how dictator people do. When I see my brothers who are learned and know what's going on, trying to convince others that this man Ruto can change our country, and is a deputy president of Kenya, what can he do when he's going to be the president if he cannot be able to do right now? We need to ask ourselves such questions. The only thing we need now in our country is to have leadership which can be able to fight corruption, because we have resources. We have money which can trickle down to grassroots and do some development. But because our country is being clouded by corruption, money is going to few individuals' pockets. The same people are taking our money. They're coming up and dishing it out, what belongs to us, and then we start doing what? Sharing them. It's like, you know, it's like a thief comes to your house and steals some food, then you are hungry, you don't have anything, then you're gonna come and provide you the food, and you will say, this is a nice person. Yeah, so that I don't have nothing to eat. And already he has stolen something from you. He's trying to confuse you. Anyway, I beat my country because We young generation, we are being duped and brainwashed so that these people who are in power, who are taking our resources to continue ruling us. No, you cannot tell me that I'm a graduate, someone a graduate, then you bring a wheelbarrow for that person instead of creating jobs. These people can go and get employed. Why are we going to school? When you tell me I go to college, then you want to give me a wheelbarrow. Really? You know, we need to think. But I applaud my brother Atuya for what you're doing, trying to defend that bottom up. You know, it's politics. And you have a choice to choose. But our brothers and the Lowlands the same. But let me tell you this. We need to think beyond this. Thank you, bro.
Okay, thank you,
Look,
Geoffrey.
Bernard, I have a question.
Hold on, Lawrence. I have a question for you too. Lawrence, have you ever worked at the construction? Have you ever worked kwa mjengo?
Yes, I did once, yeah.
Okay. When you went to the mjengo, did you provide them with wheelbarrow or you found them with wheelbarrow?
I found them with wheelbarrows.
Okay. I think I have nothing to say on that one. If watu wa mjengo wako na wheelbarrow tayari, alafu wewe unatoa wheelbarrow ati ni empowerment. Okay.
Bernard, you are a very unfair host.
Look. Let me tell you one thing, Bernard.
Yes.
There is a friend of mine called Eric. Eric went to the deputy president's residence around. That is.
Lawrence is stuck. We will hear him when he comes back. Atuya, what is it?
Yes, I wanted just to tell Geoffrey that he has made some very serious allegations. You know, the problem is that everybody is coming here just to downdress the DP. He has made some very serious allegations.
Bernard, I'm back. Bernard.
Hold on, Lawrence. Hold on. You just hold your thought. Later, Atuya finish his sentence, then you're back.
So, Geoffrey, there's nobody dishing out wheelbarrows. I'm a graduate myself, and William Ruto has never given me a wheelbarrow. If my friend Njoroge outside here who sells fruits is given a wheelbarrow, there is no reason that Lawrence or Geoffrey should be jealous about that. He needs that wheelbarrow to feed his family. So he has been given the wheelbarrow. I, as a graduate, William Ruto has promised, come next year, he's gonna change the economy. He's gonna empower the SMEs in this country. The SME is gonna provide jobs for me, and I will be employed. And I'm working for him to ensure that he gets that mandate so that he can create an economy that can give me a job. But at the moment, if he's able to give a wheelbarrow to a fruit vendor, I don't think there's anything bad with that.
Okay, thank you. Now I've heard you clearly, and I will come for you later. Lawrence.
So I'm talking of a certain guy, you know.
Give us your Eric story.
Yes,
give us your Eric story.
So Eric was fortunate to be given a car wash machine and a tank by the deputy president. I am a witness. Eric is a graduate of computer science from the University of Nairobi, and Eric has grown with the car wash machine. He has been able to grow with the car wash machine and has been able to purchase a new one using the machine that the deputy president gave him. If Eric would say that because I'm a graduate, I'll not stoop so low to be given a wheelbarrow or a car wash machine because I'm a graduate, then Eric would not have managed to buy this new car wash and would not have been able to feed himself. So let us stop engaging in this conversation at wheelbarrow nini. Okay, when you talk of a wheelbarrow, which is an old material that was used in the old age, tukiongea deputy president anapea a whole graduate a wheelbarrow, we are forgetting that our graduates are jobless. And when the deputy president gives wheelbarrow to the youths, to the graduates, anawatakia mema because this is an option. Wewe unapewa ikiwa na option, unaweza enda kuuza matunda hata ukiwa graduate as you look for a job instead of saying how many youths are jobless.
Hold on,
Yes.
Lawrence. There is a reason why the youth are jobless. And the number one reason is the corruption. What is Deputy's roadmap on how to stop corruption in Kenya?
Well, the deputy president cannot control corruption in Kenya. He's not able to control corruption because he's not the head of state as of now.
I'll answer you that.
As of now.
Bernard, I'll also
Now
answer you
look
that.
here.
I have a different answer to that too.
You have a different answer.
Yeah.
Which is?
William Ruto has not provided us with this manifesto so that we can actually scrutinize how he plans to deal with corruption. And
What
so,
is he doing, bro? Brother Atuya? What is he doing now?
What is he doing currently?
Yeah.
He is a deputy president without portfolio. He can only he can do nothing. Okay, Geoffrey, tell me for real.
No,
okay,
hold on.
Let me ask you a question. Is William Ruto in government? Is he?
Yes.
Does he have government power?
Yes, it's the deputy president of
the
Kenya.
Republic of
Doesn't resign.
And we are not the ones saying. He tells us everywhere he goes.
Yes.
Does he have
Even
the power?
he himself knows. He
Does
is
he have
the
the power?
deputy president of the Republic of
Of
Kenya.
course,
He has
he has the
chosen.
power.
Because he has
What? He's a
chosen.
deputy president. Which power do you want him to have?
Okay, I know it's a fight I can't win, but every Kenyan knows William Ruto.
Okay.
is
Let's
in office,
let's
not
be
as a
orderly
deputy
now.
president.
Let's be orderly. Goja kwanza. One thing I want us to appreciate is as much as we want to dig deep for our preferred candidates, let's remain objective when it comes to Kenya. I support Raila Odinga's ideology. I'm an ODM since ODM was born. But when it comes to matters Kenya, I would want us to do what is good for Kenya, not what is good for an individual. And if the DP has a solution to what is ailing Kenya, I will be the first person to campaign for him. But I've been listening to him since 2013. Get a little conviction just to give him benefit of doubt that he has a roadmap that can help this country recover and move forward. I'm yet to be convinced. But everybody's free to support whoever they want. I cannot object on that. But our soberness and our willingness to judge people on the scale of their performance, number one. And like Atuya said, that TVET is the brainchild of the DP. And then the DP and the president won the elections, or rather got the presidency in 2013 on the premise of digital. Okay? And what they brought for us was TVET. Is this TVET supposed to generate people who are supposed to push mikokotenis? Or is supposed to generate innovative people who are going to invent for us cars that can use water, TVs that we can watch on space? I thought that is what digital is all about. Are we going back to 16th century at this time?
Bernard,
yes.
The good thing is it is late in the night. People might not be listening to you because you're really destroying your character. You cannot say that TVETs are useless to this country.
I did not say that.
When you say it's not digital, when you say it's not digital enough, then you're saying it's not useful to the economy. A TVET does not mean we are taking very poor students there. We have students who passed to go to university but who opted to go for TVETs. TVETs offer even diploma courses They offer real skills that can be very employable in the country, outside this country. They train mechanical engineers. They train electrical engineers. We have people who did drop out of class 2. A
That
TVET gives them the opportunity
please,
to be a
Akuya,
motorbike
I'm not
mechanic.
against TVET.
Brother
I'm
Kuya, they
saying
are
in
training
view
people to
of the
be mechanical.
DP's approach. Okay, approach means we are for the next level of technological development. That's the premise upon which Jubilee campaigned. Okay, the rest are analog. They are taking us to the Stone Age. Later, we have moved. We are in the digital. That was the mentality that they built, and the steam upon which brought them into power, because we wanted to move away from everything analog. Okay. Then, as soon as they settled down in government, what happened? They changed 100%. Now, what they are offering now, the third time, okay? We are talking about the first term was digital. Second term was TVET, okay? Now, the third term is wheelbarrow. Are you not seeing we are going back beyond where we started?
Bernard,
just analyzing critically, but don't answer me now. Don't answer me now. Let's hear from Caesar.
The problem is you as the host, you drive a narrative and then you leave it. We have viewers who are listening to us. You drive a narrative, you leave it at a place where we are at a disadvantage, and then you move on the conversation. You need to give us we need to rebut. You cannot say that we are giving this country a raw deal and then leave that conversation there, and then you move into another conversation. You are selling a narrative of a failed government and a failed William Ruto, and we cannot sit here and watch. We have to equalize the conversation.
I am not against you equalizing the conversation. I'm just simply you should begin by accepting what I said or rejecting what I said.
Be a neutral host and let others
because what you are advocating for is a prearranged debate. And you know as well as I do, none of us on this panel were vetted before they came here. I did not know whether you are UDA or ODM before you came here. We all happen to be on the panel, and everybody is free to air their views. So we cannot even balance. I cannot remove a few people and put in a few people so that I balance.
My worry is even Musa will tell you. Even Musa will tell you, you are driving a narrative.
I'm not driving a narrative.
Okay.
I just
you're
put
saying something.
A scenario.
Okay, you're painting a scenario. You're painting a scenario. You're painting William Ruto negative, and then you leave it at that. Nobody is rebutting that, and then you move the conversation. So outside there, you're selling the picture that is the truth. We need to rebut that.
Okay, so what are you going to rebut? Is it that Jubilee did not campaign in 2013 on digital platform?
No, that's true.
That is true.
Jubilee, when Jubilee, that was
and
just,
then when they got into power, what happened?
Now, are you trying to guide me on what to say and what not to say? Can I answer you? When Jubilee government came into power, they came when Uhuru Kibaki came into power, wakisema yote yawezekana bila Moi. I was young by then. Did it mean that they will kill Moi if anybody belonging to Moi? No. When we said we are a digital government, it didn't mean that now anything that is not digital won't be involved in the economy. You cannot wish away a motorbike repair personnel. We have to train those people because we have border riders. So we need TVETs. As much as I'm a beneficiary of the digital platform that Uhuru Kenyatta provided. I'm currently working from my house. I'm a beneficiary of the digital government, digital brains of William Ruto and his friend, Mr. Kenyatta. So you cannot say that they never offered that. We have to offer an holistic economy, both the non-digital and the digital. So we have not moved back to wheelbarrows.
Oh,
And if William Ruto becomes president, he's not going to close Konza City being built and build another factory for wheelbarrows. That is a political way of thinking that we should not allow. I'm not here to say that Raila will build an industry in Kisii that will be processing oranges because ODM is an orange party. We should just be very, very practical. Let's say the truth. I'm sure even Ishmael does not believe that William Ruto is giving wheelbarrows. He knows it's a narrative.
Okay, let me comment there, Mr. Atuya. You have mentioned me twice. Now I have to comment something. First of all, umesema that kuna oranges, that there is a company that's going to process oranges somewhere. It's on record. William Ruto pale State House, nini pale kwake inaitwaje, pale Karen House, alikuwa anapatiana wheelbarrow. So that somehow it's related to him. Anaonekana kuwa mtu wa kupatiana wheelbarrows each and every place he goes. So can you explain to us kwa nini anapatiana wheelbarrow and why is he doing that? And how will that be different na what he's currently doing now akiingia kwa nini akiwa president? What will be the difference yenye atafanya na saa hii yenye ameshindwa kufanya?
I'll answer you with a question. Currently, what do you work as who? What is your profession?
Saa hii ama security guard in Qatar.
Now, okay, I cannot give an example for that. Let's use Bernard as a writer. If Bernard goes to the DP's office and the DP offers him printing material,
Yes.
at a personal level, is it wrong or right?
It's okay. We cannot say it's wrong or right kwa sababu
true.
anafaa mpatie
Brother
something that is
Atuya,
better.
Now, as a deputy
Brother
president,
Atuya, can
Geoffrey, hold
can I
on.
say something?
Geoffrey, ngoja kwanza. Geoffrey,
as
hold
a
on.
deputy president, I know where Bernard is going. As a deputy president, that is not his mandate to give people physical products. No, because his mandate was withheld by the president. Yeye amejitolea at a personal capacity kusaidia yule kijana anauza fruits at a personal capacity. He's not
Atuya,
doing it
kabla
as a
uendelee.
Atuya,
Let me- kabla
Atuya,
uendelee,
wacha
ngoja kidogo.
kutudanganya.
Ngoja kidogo,
DP
ngoja kidogo.
atusaidii,
How was it
anajisaidia
withheld?
mikija anatafuta.
How was it withheld? Explain to us how was his power withheld by the president?
Bernard
Atuya, explain.
Yeah, Bernard can tell you that. Bernard, put your mic back on. Bernard, umemute. Anatuongelesha kweli?
Yeah, Bernard.
Bernard, you've muted your
Pole, I'm sorry. I am saying if I allow Musa's question to be answered, we are going back to where we have been. Let's just make
I think
progress,
we should
please.
quit this bottom-up narrative. It will never come to an end. We should finalize.
The good thing is we always discussing the deputy president. That's the good thing.
In fact, I'm beginning to suspect.
You know, we are
you people
okay.
enjoy,
Atuya, we are
enjoy
discussing
coming here to
DP
make us
because he's
talk
the one
about
who is running for president.
all the
We
same.
don't have another candidate at the
Goja,
moment.
sister.
That's why.
Hold on. We know when everybody speaks, we create noise. We don't communicate.
Okay.
That's why everybody should speak in turns. Okay. And if you're not speaking, you mute your mic. We have this Kuntu TV guy is supposed to speak, but Caesar had not made his submission. I want us to get there. But before Caesar, Geoffrey, you had a question or what?
I had a question because Baratuya was saying that the deputy president is just giving out or dishing out the wheelbarrow to help from his pocket. But now I was asking a graduate, what the wheelbarrow want to do that? Because when the people going there, they're not going there on, wheelbarrow is for construction. Now the Deb is trying to put that narrative, giving out people wheelbarrows. Now I'm wondering, are they going? You finish your college. Are you going to do construction? Anyway, when you do construction, the construction company they have the tools for doing construction. What is the wheelbarrow going to do? You know, people are saying, oh, the wheelbarrow are going. People can use them selling machungwas, doing, but really,
I gave you.
now it's reaching a point whereby people are really believing that now the way the deputy is dishing out money when you're gonna be president, that's what you're gonna do. There's nothing like that gonna work.
Okay, Geoffrey, again, you are giving wrong information. The deputy president is not dishing money. Number two, if I go to the deputy president's office and ask for a wheelbarrow as a graduate, then I need it. I, a 2-year junior, I've never asked a wheelbarrow from the deputy president. Wherever I'm in forums where I speak about us as the youth, I speak about how he will create an economy that will employ us. If I go there to ask for wheelbarrow, then I need the wheelbarrow, surely. If today, Geoffrey, you go to the deputy president's office and you ask for a wheelbarrow, then you need it. Maybe you selling fruits, maybe you, as a graduate, maybe you need it. But I've never asked for a wheelbarrow. I've always agitated for a way the economy is gonna be built for us to get employment. So the blanket thought that William Ruto is giving wheelbarrows is none found for. It is something good for our opposition to attack us. And that's why we even decided to make it our logo for the party, because you made it
The
possible.
fact is that did he give a wheelbarrow? Did he give wheelbarrow to people at his home, Karen? Did you see wheelbarrows? He was being driven with the wheelbarrow. Did you see it?
Okay, if I go to the deputy president's office and I want a wheelbarrow, Mulumbu is going and he is asking a question. If I go and ask for a wheelbarrow, if I'm given a wheelbarrow, then I need that wheelbarrow. If today Musa needs a wheelbarrow, if he goes there and gets a wheelbarrow, he needs it. If Bernard today needs
Okay, thank you.
a machine, yeah.
Thank you, Atuya. Thank you so much. Please, I want us to make progress. We have discussed wheelbarrow long enough. Caesar, make your submission quickly. If you have any matter on the wheelbarrow, I want that wheelbarrow thing to cease now. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Bernard. No, my brother Atuya. You know, when I look at you, I see a vibrant guy, and I think you should think otherwise. Kuliko hiyo mambo nasema. So to be sincere, speaking in my humble opinion, without being sentimental, and of course without offending anyone who thinks differently from my opinion, but rather looking into this serious business of 2022. Yeah. So honestly, I think and I believe Ruto is not the right person on this game. You know, okay, for me, I'm a supporter of Raila Odinga because I believe on Raila and I know what Raila stands for since I started to support Raila. Huyu jamaa tumempigania, and to be sincere, Raila, he has never given me anything, even 5 bob, but I believe on him for what he stands for. Nila chapata hiyo nafasi. But when I come and look the way William Ruto is taking us, Mara o bottom up, Mara o dynasty, Asura, Mara Seawood. You know, in 2013, Ruto was the same guy who promised us about the stadiums, laptops. Now we have kids. Ametoka laptop, amekuja wheelbarrow. And Atuya, you are here, unatuambia eti wheelbarrow. Wewe saa hii umekaa hapo unasema unafanya mambo na digital, you make a lot of money, but wheelbarrow Atuya, you know where we come from. Wheelbarrow inakuwa ni kupepea nyasi ya ng'ombe. na kwa mjengo, and a wheelbarrow it's only costs like 3,500, you know. So hii makelele mingi yake, and I promise you, I can promise you this one, Atuya. I told you before, I think now we have almost 1 year. Ukiniambia oh, Raila is not going anywhere, Mount Kenya is for DB Ruto, but wait and watch. Before we reach next year, Feb or March, utasikia ile tsunami nyoka imetoka. Sijui utakuwa umejificha wapi. And sometimes try your best, nyinyi watu wa Asra, sijui nini, ukikuja kuelezea watu, at least come with something you can convince people. Vijana wadogo kama sisi sasa, niko na msichana pale, nitaanza kumwambia oh, my daughter, ukimaliza shule ya ama serikali itakupatia wheelbarrow. What is that? Atuya and your group na mwache kutusi Raila. You know, sometimes mnatumiza roho, mnamuita muganga, and you know, sasa hiyo mambo mlikuwa mnamuita muganga, now we have come to realize Ruto ndio muganga cause ameofa mtoto wake ameenda Nigeria, now he want to take us also there. Thank you.
Thank you. No comment on that one. I want us to make progress. This Kuntu TV. Help me pronounce your name. It's too long and I don't want to spoil it. How are you? Unmute first.
I muted my mic. All right, thank you. I don't know if you hear me.
We are hearing you.
Okay,
go ahead.
Thank you. This is Kukurikuntu. Yeah, this is Kukurikuntu. Yeah, I'm proud to be here. I see my first time to be in live, but I had been following you guys. Thank you for this chance. So I want to make some recommendations on above. Kuna ndugu zangu akina Atuya, Junior, and Lawrence. I wanted to ask some questions. Question number one, between a graduate and an undergraduate, who is supposed to be given the wheelbarrow? When someone atuambia kwamba a graduate from still Nairobi University was going to be given a machine car wash and whatever, as well as kuna mtu hapo nje mwenye nafaa kusaidia hiyo machine afanyie kazi hajapatiwa. Another thing, the kinds of ya majina yenye wanasema Asra Nation and or whatever, wheelbarrow, bottoms up, that's a trap because William Ruto understands the 90% of Kenyans ni watu wenye wako poverty. So that's a trap, anatumia kutrap wa Kenya. So akiwafikisha that corner and then atawacha ikifika 2027 tena alete trap ingine. Do you see? As well as you have stated from area about laptops and or whatever, it was a trap. Now imeisha, ameona kwamba itamfikisha muongeshe mahali, ameamua kujitoa mapema, akuje na with another slogan ambayo ni Hasra Nation and wheelbarrow. Kitu ingine, I think the DP is the akukwa government, is not in the opposition. By now, it should be very busy in the government kuhakikisha kuweka kila kitu kiwe sawa. Si eti anatuanza kutupigia campaign from area 2017, campaign or yote ni campaign tu. So I don't see anything that he has done that can convince me to vote for him. Willy Parezi convince me niende kumpigia kura. Yeah, nimesoma. So I've gone to school, ningoje nipewe Willy Parezi. I had much money, school fees, nimetoa school fees over $500,000 nimespend in the school. Ningetumia just only 2,000 kununua wheelbarrow nifanyie kazi. But now ni spend $500,000 kuja kupea wheelbarrow ya 2,000. It won't work. So that one is a trap, and hao watu wengine wa Hasra Nation na waomba tu hivi, tafadhali, I want you to mwene mtafute vizuri, mpatiwe the logic, mpatiwe the way you can convince these people mkonvince watu vizuri kwamba DP atakuwa rais. Wiliparo hapana. And these people who have got into this trap ni watu ambao vijana wadogo. But ukipata mzee mkubwa anakuambia Wiliparo itakuja kunisaidia nini? Okay? If DP wants to rectify the government with na maisha pora na mama mboga apate ujumi kwe pora, he should start lazima anze sasa hivi. Ako kwa serikali, let him go sit down with the president, ambie rais, we agreed ungekuwa na rule for 10 years na 10 years. Tafadhali let us make this maisha kwe rais so that nikaria hapa nje kupata kura. But ukijitoa mapema kumaanisha kwamba uko na vitu zako. Another thing ya mwisho ni hii, nilikuwa namalizia, there's something that Lawrence alikuwa amestate nikiwa ningia kwenye show about sijui or whatever about bottoms up. Tuanze kuleta sijui mama mboga aanze kuuza chakula kwa mchengo. Those things ziko mpaka sasa hivi. Eno kwa mchengo yote kwa town ama town yote between hapa Kenya. Hawa watu wanauza chapati lunchtime, breakfast, wengine wanapikia pale pale. So Ruto ndiye amewapeleka wanaenda kufanya kazi huko sasa hivi, wanasema bottoms up. Wao watu mtafute wide logic, mjipange vizuri, come to the ground, leta manifesto nzuri yenye can convince us. But meanwhile hamjajipanga bado. Hii bottoms up bado inawaweka chini. Thank you very much Bernard.
Okay, thank you. You say Kurukuntu TV.
Yeah, Kukurukuntu.
Kukurukuntu.
Sorry, Bernard. Kuna kitu cha mwisho tafadhali, 1 minute.
Yes.
Kuna kitu nani Atuya alikuwa anasema kwamba anatoka Kisii. I'm from Kisii. The director of TVET institutions about Ekiribugie Tai haijakuwa formed na DP. It was there since before. So ile kitu ameenda kufanya pale ni renovation, but si eti kuanzisha. We are in Nyamira County, we have Ekiribugie Tai and Keroka TVET institutions. Those two. So hiyo yenye mnasema kwamba TVET amefanya nini, hajafanya kitu chochote. Another thing, nimemwona akiwa pale katika Kisii County, barabara ya South inashika Tabaka, Ikoba na Tati route. Hakuna vile naenda kama walianzisha barabara na serikali na ashachondoka kwa serikali, hakuna vile naanza kuambia watu sijui barabara tulikuwa tumeanza imeisha, nimeona imeisha, sasa tutaanza ingine. You are not in the government, mnaanza na nani? Kitu kingine, kuna hao watu ni vile nimesema hawajaelewa what is bottoms up. Kuna mama mmoja amesimama pale Kenyanya kisha akaambia wana poda ati if we elected this DP to be our president come 2022, he will create jobs for you poda people. Sasa mtu wa poda akuna poda inamurisha, hiyo ndio kazi yake. What intern ni kazi nyingine tena, ni kazi gani tena utamtengenezea kutoka kwa hiyo kazi yenye anafanya? So unataka kumpatia helicopter afanye biashara ya ndege hapa juu? So let us come with another logic, tuchiuze vizuri so that ndio tutafikiria. But at this moment hamjafanya kitu. Hiyo ingine mwambie enda badilisha tafadhali.
Okay, thank you. Atuya, do you have a rebuttal before we go to Mulumbu?
Just to mention, I will retaliate what I said. Kukurukuntu TV. There's no single day.
Yes.
William Ruto has done an advert saying all graduates come to the deputy president's residence and get a wheelbarrow. The time he gave wheelbarrows, he gave them to small traders who actually do sell fruits, sell mboga. Those are the people who need those wheelbarrows. And if a graduate is one of the people who are selling fruits, or the people who are pushing viazi around downtown Nairobi, and he gets a wheelbarrow, Why do you have qualms about that? I myself, if today I want a wheelbarrow and I asked William Ruto to give me a wheelbarrow and he gives me one, I, as a graduate, am the one who was asked for that. There's no single day you have ever heard that CG graduates wanataka William Ruto is giving graduates wheelbarrows. William Ruto is a PhD holder. He's a person in a capacity to know that he needs to build an economy that employs its people. William Ruto is not, si mlevi eti sasa ataingia president aanze kupeana wheelbarrows. That is a very bad logic. And that's a bad way of thinking. And I totally believe deep down, hata Bernard mwenyewe ungemfungua roho atakwambia William Ruto does not mean that he will be distributing wheelbarrows. Number two, you spoke about the TVETs in Nyamira County. I will agree with you. They never started when William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta were president. The TVETs were a brainchild of William Ruto when he was the Minister for Higher Education. Go back to your history and check. It was under his tenure that he came up with the, under his great brains, not even tenure, that he came up with the TVET idea. So you cannot take away that from him. And then you are talking about how to create.
Atuya, before you drop that, what was 844 about?
No, let me finish it. before you you are saying that how will William Ruto give jobs to boda guys? This is how bottom up will increase jobs for the people who drive bodas. If we grow an economy of a place called, for instance, Keroka, it means it will have more occupants. It will have people working in industries. It will have more mama mbogas going to the soko to bring more vegetables. It will mean that we have more people to feed. So it means that boda guys will be making more trips. They will be making more money. If they were making 500 and they have more work that has been created courtesy of an increased economy, they'll be making 1,000. That is what we mean that we will create jobs for the boda guys. It doesn't necessarily mean we will take them and make them pilots. Caesar left. Caesar was actually saying that tunaita
Niko hapa sijaenda.
William Ruto mganga. Let me remind you, we are in the politics business. This is not a mosque. This is not a church. We are politicking, and anything goes with politics.
Let
And
me ask
we don't. And I will tell you this for free. If today Raila Odinga was sick and he needs blood, and it's William Ruto who can donate, he will do that before yourself get there.
Let me ask you,
If
for
you
someone
know,
who goes to church, the DP is always in church. He goes to like 3 churches on a Sunday. So it is actually very bad example for him to be going to church, and he's so busy using propaganda such as mchawi, waganga. You know, what kind of an image is he trying to portray? Much as he's politicking, he should exercise respect and restraint and tolerance to other fellow politicians. Yeah, so you can't be in church. You can't be in church donating millions and canceling that by calling people names. It cancels. So it makes it so open. It makes people know that he's just there to get votes and nothing else, not to change his character, not to have a relationship with God. But you see the kind of a language that he uses, calling other politicians names, and he so even reads Bible verses, proving to be nearer to God more than any other person. So I think for me, the DP has not done very, very well. Let's call a spade a spade.
That's something to
His
do with
level of
character.
his level of propaganda supersedes his Christianity that he tries to portray to us. He's not a Christian by all standards.
Thank you, Penny. That's a character issue. I think we will share with him with that.
And the
But
rebellion,
again, but
and his
again,
rebellion towards the president. So if you
one
take
thing.
rebellion and the propaganda that he uses, and then he's purporting to be a Christian, donating millions. Even today, he donated $1 million in wherever he was. It cancels. It cancels. You cannot bribe God.
Okay, you have to speak on both sides. Also, remind your politicians to stop calling us thieves. We are not thieves. We are the sons of the peasants. We have reached. He has reached where he has reached because of sheer hard work. And when your friend, I saw him nowadays. He also reads Bible verses in churches. Next time, tell him to stop calling people thieves before they are incriminated
They
by
are
any court.
arrested and prosecuted.
Yes.
Or what do you
Bernard,
mean?
can I respond to what because he asked me this one? Can I respond 1 minute, please?
Wait, Caesar. Okay, yes, Caesar.
Yes. Yeah, Atuya, ndugu yangu, unajua if you mean something, simama nayo. Ujaona Raila akisimama mahali akitusi William Ruto? Sidhani kama kuna mahali umemwona akimtusi. Ile kitu alisema akichukua uongozi waizi wote ataweka kwa chera. Nyinyi mkaanza kuchidoubt. Hakutacha mtu chini. Kitu ya pili, kama Ruto anaamini kanisa na anaenda na by the way kanisa ni roho ya mtu, wewe mwenyewe ndio unajua Mungu wako. Si eti wenye anaenda kanisa kila siku they believe that. Kuna wengine wanaenda hizi kanisa zimekuwa na mambo, hata mapasta ndio wametunyang'anya mapibi huko. So sometimes inafanya hata atwendi kanisa. Kanisa ni roho yako. If DP Ruto is going to church to worship, hawezi kusimama pale kwa kanisa anatusi mtu, mnataka vitendawili, mnataka ule mtu mganga. So hiyo ni nini sasa? Wacha nimalize. It's okay. It's okay. Ni pastor lakini si huyo, si mmoja wao wenye wanatunyang'anya mabibi. So kitu ingine, hii tabia ndio Ruto amefunza mpaka mandugu zetu. You know Atuya where we come from. Apart from kuwa na position, wewe ni mkubwa nini. Ule mtu ako chini yako, hata kama wewe ni mdosi wako. Sometimes unaheshimu ile umri yake. Unaona DB amefunza akina Osoro wanatuzi akina Onkeri. Unajua hiyo mdomo ya wasee wakianza kuongea itakupeleka mahali pabaya. Sometimes respect your elders. Hata kama ukiwa na hiyo uongozi ikiingia kwa akili yako isikufanye uone ni kama umefika. Na DB aache kujipretend ni kama amekuwa rais. Na aache kusema alisaidia mtu fulani, wacha sahi akisaidie, na aache kusema eti anatafutia wa mama mboga. Si yeye anatafuta kiti ya urais, mbona anaamuka kila siku asubuhi akisukuka? We are waiting you. Na sasa yeye ndio nikakwambia hivi. DP Ruto sasa yeye ndio mganga mkubwa, amesacrifice mtoto wake huko Nigeria. Sisi hatuna biashara, yeye na biashara na Nigeria. Si amebeana msichana ndiye akapatiwa uganga. Let us meet on the ballot. Na tutakuonyesha.
Aya. The wicked run when nobody is chasing. Anasema nijitetee. Naomba nijitetee. Uchungaji ni kazi ambayo ni ngumu sana kwanza. Kwa sababu hawezi kuzuia mtu yeyote kuja church. Sio policing. Pastoring is not policing. You cannot even enforce your pastoral responsibility. These are people who volunteer to come, listen to you, teach them whatever you are teaching. They still have a choice to follow what you taught or choose their way of how they will respond to it. We say that preaching is my responsibility, but interpretation is yours. So you can even misquote me from what I said. But all the same, that does not give somebody license to use the word of God for personal gain. The Bible is against that, and it is not even a good example to the children that we need to hand over to them values that are transgenerational. The word of God is supposed to be sacred and be held with that reality. So when we begin to play politics with it, atutengenezi nini, tunaharibu mambo ambayo atupasi kuchezea. Yeah, it's important. So and then also the nini, Uda did not write the Bible anywhere. Uda did not print any Bible anywhere. So they cannot say they are the ones who have made people to read Bible. We've been reading this Bible before Uda was constructed. So they shouldn't claim that they have made so and so to read the Bible. I started preaching many years ago before Uda was thought about. So Bible is here, and it has, according to what it provides for, is eternal. The word of God is eternal. So everybody will live and go, but the word of God will remain. So let's hold the word of God with that same sacredness. When the DP went to church and he was saying that bottom up is in the Bible, and he was quoting where it is, and then, and shallowly just brushes it off, trying to play with the church people's minds. I felt so bad, because it is not healthy for a person of his status to go and use the Bible to push for an ideology he very well knows that is not what the Bible is teaching. So kuna mchezo mwingi sana tunacheza nayo tukitumia jina la Mungu, na hiyo haileti shangwe. Tukubali tu tusonge mbele. I want us to move forward now. That also does not mean you have to believe the Bible. You are free to believe whatever you want to believe, but in my understanding, the Bible is the most accurate book on earth. It has provision for us, life before, life now, and life to come. Any other book I've read, none covers me to that extent. And so if you don't believe in it, you are still free to believe whatever you believe, but it's important to check what you believe. My bishop says, before you follow any doctrine, first observe the people who followed it before you. If they are doing better than you, then follow the doctrine. So don't just believe things because they are said. And then for pastors, not everybody that calls me Lord, Lord shall see the kingdom of God, the Bible says. So that I wear a tag called pastor doesn't mean I am even a pastor. Today we have commercial pastors, we have pastors for hire, we have all manner of things. So Bible gives us a responsibility to test every spirit and test every individual that we want to follow. Some are just using the church and the word of God for their survival, which in my opinion is not accurate. Mulumbu is back. We want to hear from Mulumbu, then Taliban, and then we can begin to call it a day, except something else. But I want us to get back to the really topic. We are talking about Baba in Garissa and Ruto in Kisii, and the revolt in Kisii against Ruto's campaign. Something like that. Let's not go and pinch our tent in Karen and discuss current affairs. Thank you. Mulumbu Karibu.
Let the other guy go ahead. I'm doing something here, then I'll come back.
Okay, thank you. Taliban.
Habari zenu ndugu zangu.
Nzuri, namna gani?
Habari zenu.
Salama
bosi
ndugu.
neno na. Salama ndugu. Hello. Nimesikia vile mmeongea bana kuhusu nasema nimesikia kuongea vile mmeongea kuhusu Ruto. Akishafurahia bana. Sasa ni kama mko against Ruto nyinyi wote. Hello.
Hatuko kinyume na Ruto, tuko kinyume na ideology kama ni mbaya, hata ikiwa ya Raila. So wewe tuambie, mbona una support Ruto?
Wewe Bernard, nimesikia vile unasema sasa eti anaenda kanisa ndio sijui sasa eti sijui hata wacha nilale bwana. Kanisa yani mtu anaenda kanisa ndio mna church.
No, kwenda kanisa sio makosa Taliban. Na ngoja kwanza kabla uende, okay? Sisi hatujazuia mtu yeyote kwenda kanisa. Kile ambacho akisimamii ni kutumia kanisa kwa madhumuni ya kisiasa. Mpaka wakati unafika unasoma Biblia, unasema umepata verse kwa Biblia ina support bottom up.
Sasa maneno ya Christianity kwa huyo mtu si ati ilianza juzi. Huyu mtu alikuwa tangu enzi ya Moi alikuwa kanisani, alikuwa siu. Sasa huwezi sema eti ni juzi ndiye alianza kwenda kanisa.
Hiyo ni kweli, na tumekubali kwenda kanisa na afanye kazi yake ya siasa, lakini kununua kanisa ama kutumia hela kufanya kanisa limfuate,
hiyo ni kusaidia kazi, hiyo ni kusaidia kazi ya Mungu. Hiyo ni kusaidia kazi ya Mungu. Unajua Mungu, watu wa Mungu tena wanataka wasaidiwe bana. Sasa mkisema eti asiende kanisa apeane nini, sasa angetumia pesa yake wapi? Sasa angekuja akupea hiyo pesa.
Taliban.
Yeah?
Ulikuwa Kenya wakati wa Kibaki?
Si ndio?
Na unakumbuka huo wakati harambee zilikuwa zimekuwa banned?
Yes, nilikuwa.
Economy ilikuwa nzuri ama ilikuwa mbaya?
Ilikuwa nzuri. Unajua Kibaki kwanza ni mtu alikuwa economist, alikuwa anaelewa maneno ya nini zaidi kuendeleza nini ya Kenya. Sasa mwenye ako sahi hajielewi, ajui chenye inafanywa Raila vile Kibaki alikuwa anafanya.
Mimi nakuuliza 2013 ndio tulifungulia harambee za makanisa na mtu yeyote anaweza kuconduct harambee. Okay? Ndio hii maneno ya pesa kwanza kupelekwa makanisani na kujionyesha ikaanza. Okay? Mbona wakati huu ni tofauti? Wakati tunafanya harambee na wakati tulikuwa tufanye harambee, economy ilikuwa mzuri.
Unajua sasa ni kama unajaribu kusema eti Ruto sasa anaipa ndiye anapeleka kanisa, na hamna evidence kwamba yeye alikuwa anapeleka hiyo vitu kanisani.
Mbona anasema hivyo? Wewe ndio umesema. Mbona anapeleka pesa kanisani na bado anatumia lugha ya matusi akiitaita wengine majina, waganga, mlevi, mgoroki?
Unajua Ruto anaelewa zaidi, labda amewahi pelekwa mahali na huyu jamaa akakataa maneno ya ukanga. Sasa ndiye anaelewa zaidi huyo mtu huyo mkanga wenu. Sasa alafu sasa huyu tena Raila labda anajua sasa uwizi huyu jamaa labda kuna vile anaipa, sasa hao watu wanaelewana. Sasa msiseme sababu kitu yenye amjui, msisupport mtu mwenye amjui.
Romans 13, it tells us to respect our authority, and this is someone who is so defiant, hata aheshimu boss wake. So anaomba Mungu gani?
Kuheshimu mtu sio mbaya. Unajua sasa Ruto si ati heshimu ni nani. Hata mnaona sasa zingine kila kitu anajaribu kuwa genuine na president, lakini president kama sababu anataka kuwa upande ya Raila, anajaribu kuwepa huyu jamaa sababu anataka kusurvive maneno ya kisiasa 2022. Sasa hiyo ndio njia ya siasa. Sasa unaelewa maneno ya siasa bana.
Thank you brother.
Kama kuna kitu unaona sasa huyu nataka ni survive. Unataka kusurvive kisiasa na unaona huyu mtu ataenda kunisuia hapo mbele. Sasa unajaribu kujitoa. Sasa president anajaribu kujitoa kwa huyu mtu.
Anajaribu kuweka vizuri kwamba David president akiitwa muizi na Raila, kwa hivyo Raila anajua kitu yenye naiba, na yeye akiita Raila mganga, kwa hivyo kuna mahali Raila alikuwa anataka amchukue uganga. Asante for that information.
Sasa wizi ya Ruto ilianza juzi kama ameingia serikali hii ya Ruto ya Uhuru ama ilianza wakati wa nani, wakati alikuwa kwa serikali ya Kibaki?
Alianza akiwa serikali ya Kibaki akiiba mahindi. Alianza akiwa serikali ya Kibaki akiiba mahindi. Alianza akiwa serikali ya Kibaki akiiba mahindi.
Uko na evidence kwamba aliiba hiyo mahindi?
Si hata Raila alimfuta wakati Raila alifuta
Mbona haja
Ruto na Ongeri Kibaki.
hiyo ni uongo bana. Sasa mseme kitu yenye
Hii mambo na
yani iko na
uongo
evidence. Hiyo kufuta inaonekana.
Ongea kama mtu yuko Kenya na unaona. Si eti juu na support Ruto
si ndio
kombo.
Unajua
Order. Caesar and Taliban.
Unajua hello.
Ngoja Taliban. Mute your mics.
Sawa, nasikia.
One person at a time, okay? So that the people watching can follow. Sawa. So na tusiseme maneno ya nani mwizi ama ameiba nini. Nimesema turudi kwa debate. Na debate iko wapi? Ruto leo Kisii, kuna mahali ilikuwa Bochari ama wapi? Mkutano ilishindikana, kulikuwa na ODM na UDA. Alafu baba akaingia Garissa akapokelewa na Azimio la Umoja. Nataka tuzungumzie maneno. Tusipani hii platform kuwa ni platform ya kutetea Ruto ama kupiga mawe Ruto.
Okay, sawa. Unajua sasa nimesikia sasa vizuri venye unataka sasa. Huyu Ruto alienda huko kanisa, maneno ya kanisa. Alafu sasa wakati anatoka kanisa, unajua watu wanapenda siasa sana Kenya kuliko hata maneno ya Mungu. Sasa vile alitoka huko, unaona sasa Wakisii wanapenda yeye sana. Na tulifurahi hivyo. Mimi niko upande ya Ruto, si ati niko upande ya Raila. Sasa nimefurahi vile amepokelewa na Wakisii. Ingawa kuna watu kidogo kunsi wenye wanalipwa na Raila ama tuseme kuna mtu tu mwenye ako opposition analipa hao wengine, hao watu wenye walienda kufanya mafurugu kidogo huko. Hiyo sio hata haikuonyesha ni picha nzuri kwa hawa Wakisii. Kama Wajaluo kwanza hawakufanya hizo maneno huko kwao ati kuongea mbaya kuhusu Ruto ama kuambia eti rudi mahali, sijui walikuwa wanaongea nini. Hata nilishindwa hata vile walikuwa wanaongea. Walikuwa na show tu, ni kama hawakuwa wanataka wanasema nini. Sasa hiyo sio kupokea mtu akikuja kwenu. Alafu sasa Raila nimeona kwa TV. Sasa hiyo kwa TV hiyo ni iko na ukweli, si ati nini. Kwani unataka kuniambia ilikuwa kitu yenye haiko ukweli?
Unajua ile kitu tunaweka kwa TV tunaweza edit kuonyesha picha fulani hata kama iko hivyo, lakini nilikuwa tunataka kujua kama ulikuwa literally on the ground, you will have a better view than even the TV video.
Okay, wacha niashumu kwamba hiyo kitu haikuwa ukweli. Vile unajaribu ni assume.
Sawa Taliban, I think that is enough, unless kuna swala lingine tuende kwa Mlumbe.
Sasa labda hao waniulize maswali. Nataka nisikie maswali kutoka hao.
Taliban, ngoja kwanza. Wewe unasikiza kuwili ama nini? Una watch kwa YouTube tena uko kwa studio? Kwa sababu kuna feedback.
Si ndio?
So ili usikue na feedback, unaona? Ukiingia kwa studio unazima ile ya YouTube.
Kuna vitu unaona yani inawekwa live na kuna vitu zingine. Sawa, wacha hata nimalizie tu. Tuseme tupigie kura huyu bana, huyu mtu Ruto baada ikifika 2022. Huyo mtu sio mbaya. Watu wanachafua tu jina lake.
Kwa nini tupigie Ruto?
Unataka nikuconvince?
Yes.
Taliban mute YouTube yako.
Okay.
Bernard, explain venye nilikuwa namaanisha, nikaa amefikiria namfukuza.
Talban, unmute tuongee.
Hello. Hello. Sinawapata pa?
Yes. Okay. That's better. So, Ebuni convince. Uko na feedback, but all the same. Convince me, why should we vote for Ruto? What do we stand to gain as a nation with Ruto president?
Unajua Ruto bado ni kijana, anaelewa zaidi maneno ya economy vile inaendeshwa kuliko huyo mzee anaenda kuseega bana. Sasa tupie mtu kijana hivi ndio anini, lakini mtu mwenye tunaona akili yake inaenda kupotea bana. Sasa huyo
wacha madharau bwana, wacha madharau, kuwa na heshima kwa watu wakubwa, wacha madharau.
Asante Mulumbu, but hold on. Talban, are you there? Talban, umemute. Okay.
Bernard, naweza sema kitu before endelee sekunde 30 tu.
Hold on. Mulumbu, are you in a position to speak now?
Bernard,
naweza ongea.
Okay, Mulumbu, just be on hold. Caesar, what is it?
Okay, nilikuwa nasema hivi vile Talban ameenda, nilikuwa nataka kumwambia by the way, sisi wa Kisii tunakuanga na demokrasia, hatukuange na ubaguzi. That's why unaona hata Kisii hatuna certain party eti ni ngome ya ODM, hii ni ya Jubilee. Tuko na ile nini jirani mahali tunataka kufanya hivyo, na tunapenda kila mtu, but sasa hii ndio naona ni kama imechange. Sasa hii ground sasa imekuwa ni chungwa. Asante.
Okay, thank you, Caesar. We'll come back to that. Mulumbu?
Yes, niko hapa.
Mchango wako barabarani.
Iko sawa tu, acha niondoke, time imeenda. Hiyo ndio vile tunataka, kama Kenya yetu ingekuwa vile tunafanya kazi na mnaweza shughulika. Na kama mnatupelekea mtu ambaye anataka kutuletea wheelbarrow, hajui maslahi ya wananchi vile ilivyo, anajua tu handout. I don't know vile nyinyi mtasurvive. Kwa sababu ukiangalia sana, Ruto knew what he was doing. Wakati aliingia kwa serikali alijua, and hiyo time alichukua, alipoingia tu na akajua, akanicalculate, akajua akitumia hiyo mbinu anatumia itamwezesha kuingia serikalini na itazoesha kupumbaza vijana na kuchukua hiyo narrative yake. He knew what he was doing. That's all. Vile alifanya hivyo, amekata hata kurisana, najua anataka hiyo pesa, akule hiyo pesa na atumie kuhudumia vijana. Mimi nimewaambia kila mara, serikali yenye inakuza vijana wake, lazima hii serikali kitu ya kwanza ijali elimu. Kitu ya pili, infrastructure lazima ziwepo, mafactory ya watu. Any country ambayo inataka kudevelop lazima iwe na viwanda. Vile mahali mimi sasa natoka kasi huku mstudi viwanda imejaa. Mnasikia Biden anasema anataka wasaini pesa ya wale watu wanafungua biashara ya factory ndogo katika this country. Lazima zifunguliwe, ndiye watu vijana watapata kazi. Na hao vijana wenye watakapata kazi ni waelimishwa, wameenda shule, wengine maengineer, wengine businessmen. unaenda na ile kitu unajua umesomea, umeitengeneza, but hauna pesa. You go there, the guys una explain how you want to do that business and what you need. Ni wanaangalia watapata kitu gani na watapata kitu gani. That's how things work. That's how the country moves on. Lakini kati unaniambia ati mama Bogo utampatia pesa. Utampatia pesa aenda mboga atauzia nani? You have to make a model that grow the families and everybody. Na unaona watu wanasupporta. Hao ni wale walikuwa handout, akapewa mashini ya kuosha, sasa unajua atakufa na yeye. Na hiyo mashini zimepewa watu wote Kenya. Everybody Kenya has been Ruto amewapatia. Ametumia hiyo time ya kuenda huko, ameloot hiyo pesa ndio kuja kudanganya nao watu hapa, akajua vijana ni wajinga. Watu wa Moyo 844 na watu wa Kibaki, they don't understand anything. That guy is smart. That's how the demagogue do. That's how the bad rulers, the dictator do. Hiyo familia, huyu jamani muogo kabisa. Uongo anatumia na uongo Museveni alitumia akiingia Uganda. See how those guys in Uganda are dying. He doesn't care. Once he gets that power, na nyinyi mna support, mtaimba kikwenu. And I'll be here laughing at you guys. Though baya niko na watoto nyumbani watakuwa naumia hiyo hapo ndani. You guys, you don't know what you're supporting. That guy is a very dangerous guy. Utakuwaje? Lazima kitu angekuwa anatuambia akichukua, kwani angetoka kwa serikali kwanza. Ndio sasa apiganie nje huku watu wangemsikiza, tungemsikiza. Lakini umegania pale, unakula pesa ya serikali, unakula security ya serikali, kila kona ndio unatembea nao, unasema serikali ni mbaya. How? Why? Where on earth? Basi mnaniambia ati mtu smart ni smart kuamaliza. He want to change the country like Uganda, country iwe kama. If you guys don't be careful, you'll end up like Somalia. I'm telling you. It's not a joke. Wakati ataingia dunia imeharibika, ndio sasa mtaanza kuumana. Wale support na wale hawakusupport. Nitaumana mbaya kwa sababu you will be losing nothing. You better die better than be in a country that mtu kwanza ngojeni. You are talking, you guys. The country yafaa elimishe watu wake. Vile Raila anasema watu wasome, watu wapewe makosi. Ukitoka na kosi yako huko, una experience fulani, loan iko, we ile kitu unakuja kuelezea vile umefanya. Kama ni mafuta ya Vaseline unaitengeneza namna gani? What do you need? How do you make it? How do you unauza pesa ngapi? How does it work? That's how the developed countries it works. Sai factory nyingi hapa America zilipelekwa China. But now Biden anataka watu hapa wafungue mafactory. Ndiye alisema lazima pesa ipitishwe kwa bunge, au watu wananio wafungue biashara, warudie biashara kutoka nje. Ndio ziuzwe nje, watu wapate pesa. Ni mnataka tupatie watu ambao wanatuletea vitu kila siku, nikuoda vitu kutoka nje, China. When will you grow up? I don't know you guys what you're thinking. But you find yourself some people, very good people, well educated. Nasikia wengine wa computer hapo. What they describe, it doesn't work. Ingekuwa Ruto anatuambia kama aliona government mbaya, hiyo pesa anajua mabilioni angeanza kutengeneza nayo mafactory. Kama anaenda Mumias anaamusha, anaenda ile nini Kikome anaamusha, kwa sababu ni biashara. Anaamusha watu kwanza kufanya kazi, akitoka kanzo msanaona niliamusha watu wameandikwa, watu wafunikishika government. I'll make everything possible. But this guy has done nothing. In history ya Kenya, what has he done? Always kitentengeza na kwa against. Nikishaundwa, ikapelekwa, he's there now to brag on it. Ni mzuri. Katiba ilikuwa mbaya. Sasa amekalia, anataka iremain hivyo. Hakuna kinda kwa mkutano, hakuna kitu anaongea Raila ndiye anaongea kwa Uhuru na Raila. They is not giving us anything. Ati BBI ilikuwa ya kutengeneza watu kutaka utawala. Utawala aina gani? Si utawala watu 43 kabila. Wakiweka hapo watu wengine pia wapate, watu kila mtu apate kitu kidogo, iko makosa gani? This is our country. Yeye anataka uwe ni kila kitu, anataka binafsi kivyake peke yake, nobody should talk anything. Anataka aende individual. Basi unasikia nalia, oh, unajua hao watu wamegang kwangu, hao watu 7 mimi mtu mmoja. Kwani siasa hizi ni siasa, si politics. Unasema ni sera zako ndio zinakufanya unaongoza watu. Why do you cry? Guys, haya sisi naweka macho, be blinded, just be blinded. Tanzania silitoka hapa jana, imetupita, na sisi ndio tunasemaga sisi wa Kenya ni werefu kabisa. Tanzania imetupita hapa jana. Kwa hivyo
maswali ukiendelea.
Let me malize, acha nimalize, sitaki kuuliza maswali yako, utasikiza nikishamaliza. Kwa hivyo kitu nawaomba, na kitu naomba, heshima lazima iwe. Nasikia watu wengine wanasema aka kamzee kamezeeka kafaa kaende nyumbani. Kwani wewe baba yako ni kijana kama wewe? Ama mama yako ni kijana? Why can't you respect other people? Somebody you are disrespecting ni mtu ametengeneza Kenya. Hiyo pesa mnaiba left and right ya counties, wenye ma CCM na magavana wanakimbia na ma MP wanakimbia na pesa wanaiba hizo. Ni nani alipigania? Nani alifungua hiyo pesa ikapatikana? Hii freedom mnaongea saa hii kwa hapa kwa internet, you talk the way you want. Do you know that it was not there? People died for that. Somebody said that ya kwamba you young generation kama mko out-minded. Manyora amesema you seem you don't know. There's no country can go without history. When somebody wants to lead, you have to know what has he done, what's his capability. Si mtu atoka kunafanya vitu bottom, basi mnakuja kufuata. Kama mtu hawezi heshimu president mkubwa wake, any office you work, you go to work, kuna wakubwa wako. Kama hutaki una resign. Any office in the whole world. Na huko kwenda umeganda hapo kwa sababu katiba ilisema, then it seems wewe ni mbaya. Kwa sababu najua huyo jamaa hana namna, hawezi kufukuza kazi kwa sababu sheria imesema as you do whatever you want. Guys, jaribuni. Unajua kinavunda ndio kinanuka na kinakuja, mkibembeleze tutawaona. I'll be here seeing you guys. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mlungu. Atuya, you have a question.
Sina, I think hata swali nilikuwa nataka kumuuliza, unajua anasema ya kwamba kuwa kuna watu ambao tutawapigia kura tutalia. Anasema kuna wengine wanatupea fake promises. At this point, mimi sijaona candidate mwenye apeani promises. You know, during a campaign, you all give promises. And sasa sijui why he wants us to believe on other people's promises and not to believe on others. Because again, we have history of these people. CAT, they have never been anywhere in this government before. We have seen them get positions in government instead of working for people. They also say it's our time to eat. If you read Peeling Back the Mask by Miguna, or if you read The Kidneys of the King, you can see the rot that was happening at the Prime Minister's office. Is not heaven on earth. We can go back to the vijana kwa pesa kazi kwa vijana. We know where the money went to. We can even trace back to the COVID billionaires. We know who are the culprits. So I think if today, this is my assertion, if today William Ruto was to have a handshake with Raila Odinga today, na aseme Raila, mimi nimeamua, I will support you for presidency 2022, na mimi sipingani na wewe, the opinion about Ruto here will change. It will 100% change. People like Mulumbu will call him a statesman, but because he's opposing Raila, he is now a very dangerous person who can take Kenya to Somali. It is a behavior that is very uncalled for. These same people, I was betting some of these people a while ago, they hated Uhuru Kenyatta. They called him Mwizi wa mashamba. They called him everything. But today, because he's a brother to someone, he's the best leader that we have. I understand it. It's
So
politics. So I
Atuya,
have back that.
Hello, Brother Tuya.
there is a hypothesis you're trying to create of balancing the equation where we came from, balancing the equation of there is this because of this and there is that. All those allegations you are claiming, we have had how many successive governments? If it is true, why haven't government done anything? Because except you prove to us that Raila is above the law, Raila cannot be arrested, and Raila is licensed to do corruption.
This country, Kenya. I don't want to say something that can rattle some people here. We know this country very well. If I ask you today, tell me of any big corruption scandal that has ever been prosecuted, you can tell me of none. We actually hear of some small people, some small CEOs getting fined, and then they still go to Court of Appeal, Court of Supreme Court, and they're never even in jail. So you can never even expect those big scandals to ever come to a conclusion. The golden bags, they can never end. And there is no leader today who's gonna lie to us that if he comes to power tomorrow, he's gonna unearth everything that has ever happened in this country. We just have to believe that the leaders who will come in, they will start a new path for this country, that we can no longer have scandals. But I know it's politics and people have to work for it.
Akuya, nikuulize swali,
Yes.
nikuulize swali.
Niulize mkubwa.
Aya, wakati Kibaki alitoka akipatiana Uhuru na Ruto, nchi ilikuwa na kwa nini digit ngapi?
7. It was okay. It grew to 7% between 2003 to 2007, and then Raila happened.
Sitaki story mingi, nataka tu niambie ilikuwa ngapi.
Sasa lazima nipeane ka small.
No, niambie tu digit ndio nataka nijue ilikuwa low ama up. Ilikuwa ina grow ama ilikuwa inakufa?
Ilikuwa ina grow.
Na sasa kama ilikuwa na grow na mzee akapatia vijana walikuwa na jisifu ya kwamba wataenda kuinua uchumi wa nchi yetu, na akawapatia kama ina grow, kwa nini ilikufa?
Ukiangalia the digit between 2019 and 2017, in the world currently, you cannot find any country growing double digits in terms of the economy. In Europe and US, the economy has grown less than 1%. So in Africa is the only place you can find a country growing by 5, 6, 7, or even 11, 10. So between 2013 to 2017, I think the Kenyan economy is growing at around 7 or 5%.
Gakuya, what I wanted you to tell me is one thing. Kibaki aliacha kama nchi ina grow, uchumi umegrow vizuri sana, akapatia vijana. Nauliza, kwa nini uchumi umekufa? Why is it dead? Why kwa nini hatuambie nini? Ruto hatuambie ni kwa nini? Ni kama najua Uhuru ndiye alikuwa naiba country ni sababu imekufa. Kwa nini hatoki apiganie nje? Kwa nini anagandia ndani na majua nchi imekufa? Uhuru ameharibu nini? Serikali amekula nchi inamaliza. Why?
Ndakujibu hiyo as one answer, like mute tu kidogo ndio nisikie nasikia echo. So for Ruto to resign, it's a process. It's a personal choice for him to resign. Politically, it is not the right thing for him to do. Kama tunaongea siasa, if we speak in politics, it's not the right thing to do. It is not the sound thing to do politically. So he cannot do that. Number two, if you were saying that the economy is really bad and the deputy president needs to resign, Why don't you ask the president to resign too? Because they
Yo,
are both elected.
It's Ruto who's saying that the economy is bad and it's in the
It is
government
not
who's
Ruto.
saying.
True, the economy is spoiled. It is not Ruto is saying. Ask Bernard. Is the economy doing well, Mr. Bernard?
It is true the economy is not doing well. Okay.
I can answer
But
that one to
hold on. Mulumbu's question is, if the youth are the ones that are to provide leadership, wazee waende nyumbani wamezeka. Okay. Mbona economy under the watch of a mzee, it was growing. It was handed over to youthful leaders, and
Thank
it
you.
is not working well.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll answer you. I don't believe in leadership via age. I don't discriminate leaders that they are old or young. Leadership is not pegged onto age, so I cannot discriminate Raila that he is 75 or which age. So I know if he's given the chance, he can perform. I know if Ruto is given the chance, he can perform. But I have my preference to William Ruto as the president. So the issue about age does not matter here. So if you're saying that Kibaki gave Uhuru Ruto a good economy, and I can agree to that, but I can say between 2013 and 2017, we never had a dip in the economy as we have had between 2017 and 20 and right now, and some of that can be attributed to COVID. But during 2013, 2017, I don't think we had a bad economy. We were growing.
Can I comment can I give a short comment? I would like to, okay, you know, we are looking for a problem. Mr. Mulumbu pointed out, aliuliza swali nzuri sana, kwa nini uchumi ya Kibaki ilikuwa nzuri na wakati hawa vijana wawili waliingia uchumi ikakuja ikakuwa mbaya. Ameuliza tu swali nzuri, kwa nini? Now we are trying to figure out what is that problem yenye tuko nayo, ni nani hao wamefanya kuwa na hii problem, and to like point out hiyo shida imetokea wapi. In 2017 the president ambaye sisi watu wa opposition we were against him, tulikuwa hatumtaki kabisa, yeah? And na kuna mtu amekuja akamention baadaye tunakuja tunaanza kupraise the president. It's true, we are praising the president. The reason yani kitu imefanya we are starting to point out where the problem is. The problem is Mr. Ruto. Kwa nini nasema the problem is Mr. Ruto? Ni kwa sababu Ruto was not with the idea of the handshake. Kwa nini hataki handshake na tunaambiwa nchi itakuwa pamoja, tukue leaders wote wakuwe pamoja na nchi iendelee, watu waendelee kufanya big four agenda, unaona hii mambo yote nchi iendelee kusonga mbele. The president akasikia, tunaweza sema alisikia wivu, akasikia uchungu, akasema yeye ataendelea kufanya siasa, ataendelea kufanya politics, ataanza campaign ya kuharibia jina government yake ambaye yeye yako ndani, ataanza kuiharibia jina. In the last 4 years ambazo zimekuwa zikiendelea, I've listened to Mulumbu very well and I have really agreed with him, yeah? Ya kwamba hawa vijana wawili, I can call them vijana kwa sababu they are younger than huyo mzee mwenye alikuwa na lead. Hawa vijana wawili walikuwa wanaangusha nchi, lakini we have the reason to separate the two vijana. Tuseme mmoja amekuwa mzuri by being a statesman, by shaking hands na kuleta nchi ikuwe pamoja. Unaona, amefanya nchi ikakuwa pamoja, ilhali huyo mwingine hataki. Na kwa nini hataki? This is the next question that we ask ourselves. Kwa nini hataki nchi ikuwe pamoja? Kwa nini hataki Raila ashikane mkono na Uhuru? Ni kumaanisha kuna kitu ambayo amekuwa akifanya katika hiyo serikali, na ndio maana tumekuwa na hii deni yote, hii deni kubwa. Kuna kitu imefanyika hapo, and I think at this point we can all answer for ourselves ni nini yeye amekuwa akifanya katika serikali. And with that I can mute my mic.
Musa, acha nikwambie, if today I'm having lunch with Bernard, na upita hapo nje utuone, huwezi ingia ukuje ukule. We have not invited you. So Raila and Uhuru had an handshake.
But your friend,
Ruto,
your partner, the one you are eating with has invited me to tumeangaliana
yes,
tukafinyiana macho akanikubalia nikuje ni wajoin. Haimaanishi ati nimejilazimisha kuingia kwa hiyo meza. Mwenzako ndiye amekubali nikuje ni wajoin. Sasa wewe hufai
it's
kusikia
true.
wivu na
Missy,
mwenzako ndiye
okay,
amekubali.
it's true. Okay, it's
Eh,
this. My issue is Ruto was never
yes.
invited into the handshake, and there's
He was
nobody.
invited. Let me remind
Bro,
you.
bro, Ruto knew very well. Alijua.
Yes.
And let me answer you politically now. Okay, now
Okay,
I'll give you a
order,
political
everybody.
answer.
Mute your mics, one person at a time. Atuya.
I'll give you a political answer now because that's what you want. The moment Raila and Uhuru shook hands, they had their own personal agreements before it came out to everyone. Now, the moment you want Ruto to be subordinate to Raila in the handshake, politically that could never have worked. So the moment the two shook hands, they were behaving like equal partners. If Ruto was going to be part of that handshake, he was going to be he was going to be a junior to Raila, and politically that was not going to work well with Raila, William Ruto. And if the deputy president was Musalia Mudavadi or Kalonzo Musyoka, people without ambition, they could have blindly got in. But William Ruto knew what Raila wanted. Raila never came to shake hands because he didn't know of political ramifications that were coming through. So Ruto was not going to be a third party in his own government. So you have to stand still and be a man politically. That is a political answer.
So Atuya, I'm very happy for your brutal honesty at this time. Okay. Now that he refused to be third party, what party is he now right now?
Come up again.
Now he refused to support the handshake because supporting the handshake will make him third party. Okay, he walked away. What party is he right now?
But Bernard, why are you allowing Atuya to go with that narrative? Why do you allow him to change history? Atuya need to be honest with himself. First of all, why did we have the handshake? Was it about Raila and Uhuru? Atuya, there's what we can accept in a political podium out there, and there's what you and I know. At the point at which they were having a handshake, Kenya was actually in the brink of division. And you and I know that it was captured in the media. Kenya was actually going to be, there were Uhuru had the mandate that had been given by IEBC, but half of Kenyans had not voted. So when you're talking about making handshake look like it's something between Uhuru and Raila, that's exactly what they say out there as a propaganda. So I don't think it's fair to allow Atuya to pass away with that, unless he's just speaking the language of Ruto. I think that's okay if you want it to just
no. Actually, I will agree with you that the time they shook hands, it was necessary they do that. But they did it on a gentleman's agreement between Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta, something that was perfect.
You
but
also
we have
wait.
the political ramifications
Atuya,
to that.
you're saying another lie.
Hold on.
He's saying another lie.
Goja
No, you
kwanza.
will catch me with my lies later. So we have political ramifications to that. The moment the two agreed to sit on the table to cool political temperatures, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta needed to come back to William Ruto as his partner, and so Raila goes back to his NASA core principles and brings everybody on the table. Now, when we were creating, when we want to create, we want to change the constitution of this country. Let's change it as a a united group of people who love this country. But the moment you make it an affair of the two, excluding other political leaders who have political ambitions, they will try to frustrate you. Mind you, and believe you me, if Raila Odinga, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, and William Ruto and the other principals were cooperating for the BBI process, we could not have cases in court. We could have had a smooth process, and Kenya could have had a constitutional change. But because they tried to bulldoze it, they tried to have it a political way, they had to face the political obstacles that were in for them. And luckily we won. We defeated them head on. We killed them, we destroyed them, and we are waiting for them to
Atuya, wacha hiyo kujipiga nini. Hebu nikuulize swali. If you had political stamina, why didn't you fight us politically? Why did you go to hide in court? Number one. Number two, on the aspect of on the aspect of the DP refusing to play the third fiddle because he's a partner in the government. When we say presidency, okay, which is an office of the president and his deputy, how do you take it? Does the decisions of the president not incorporate the decision of the DP?
Bernard,
on a normal situation.
Atuya, wait. Yeah. There's something he said that also he shouldn't be lying about. Number one, Atuya, please, kindly, it is not the first time in Kenya where two leaders shook hands and the constitution changed and the country went on. Raila shook hands with Kibaki, the two of them, and the constitution was changed. And the life went on. Number two, wait, Atuya, wait. Number two, it is from your presidential candidate, deputy president and president. The president Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta said before, in fact, even Ruto said that before Baba talked to Uhuru, he tried talking to him. And Uhuru said he was consulting Ruto every part of the time, and Ruto chose part of the BBI secretariat. So please use that. Don't try and change facts as we know them.
That's what Uhuru said. Ruto never stood on any podium to agree to that, so we cannot take it as the gospel truth.
Can I add something?
Let me answer something you raised. You said that there's a time that two leaders shook hands and the constitution was changed. That is 2007, right? But remember what happened in 2007. Kibaki never came to the table alone and Raila alone. We had Raila coming on with his brigade. He had William Ruto, he had Musalia Mudavadi, he had his team. On the other side, Kibaki came with his team and they had a mediator. And then the country was cohesively in that process. But when you just want to do something between Bemba and Bernard, you discuss and then you bring it to us.
Let me correct you before you go on. Before you proceed further, let me correct you one thing, Mr. Atuya. I remember in 2007, Kofi Annan said that, is it Kofi Annan or this Tanzanian president, said that there were two people who were put outside because they vehemently opposed this kind of handshake between the President Moi Kibaki and Raila Odinga. It was the Iron Lady in the PNU team, Martha Karua, and Mr. William Ruto from Raila Odinga's side. So Mr. Ruto has been opposing this kind of handshake from way back. So before you lie to us, I would like to correct you on that point.
Ruto never opposed the handshake. What Ruto was against what Ruto was against in 2007, he was against a shared government. He believed they had done enough. And I know even Bernard and most ODM guys in here believe that you guys won the election in 2007. And Ruto was of the belief, we have won the election. You either give us the government, if you cannot, let's go back and seek the mandate of the people. If Kibaki believed he had won, he could have been confident enough to go and face the people. Now, Ruto standing his ground to tell Raila, no, you have won the presidency. You need to be sworn in. If they cannot give you this thing, let's go back to the people. What's wrong with that? See how much Raila has come to suffer from that. He has gone too far.
Wacha kujibu. Wakati wao jamaa walikuwa wanazungumuza baada ya Kibaki kuiba kura, how many meetings waliweka kama hawasikizani? Mkapa alikuja, sijui nini akakuja, sijui alikuwa ambassador gani akakuja. Ruto hangeweza kukubali wale wahanga, they went to and fro na people were dying. What I find you watu wa Ruto hamuna haja na watu wanakufa. You don't care. What you are after ni uongozi. You don't care if people die. But Raila ana roho ya kujua watu wakikufa wote kesha taongoza nani. You had power na kila kitu na bunduki, you kill, you don't care. So that's what your narrative. And that's what stands Ruto yuko nayo. But Kofi Annan alikuja akaangalia akasema hapana. Watu wanabaki the only people that wako na problem is people. Kibaki na Raila. Na kile vile Kibaki alikuwa analeta mchezo, walituma na Kolonel Rais akakuja wakamwambia Kibaki, you have to accept or yes, itakuwa maneno. Wakati waliingia, si Kenya mzima ilizima. Hata simu yako uko utumii. Everything was standstill. Mpaka Raila walipoongea na Kibaki wakasalamiana, nchi ikafunguka, vifo vikaisha. Nyinyi mmestick to this just one. Unaniambia hapa alikuwa ati Ruto alikuwa anataka lazima watu waende election. Election gani mlikuwa mnataka kwenda na people die? Were you happy when people die? I think you are happy because you never lost your brother or your sister or your mother or your father. But who those people who went through, who have seen what we went through, we know it too far. What I'm telling you, I went through myself, I know. Nasema vile najua mimi nilipitia yani panga nilikosa kidogo tu. Singekuwa hai. Basi mnabao ujamaa alienda kazungumza na Kibaki akasalamiana, inchi ikapoa. Constitution ambayo mlikuwa mtaki wakapigania, jamaa amepegamia imekuja, nini devolution imekuja. What has Ruto stand for? Anasema mianga nini? I don't see what he stands for. Then let me give you kama ujui. Umesema vizuri sana sasa kwamba jamaa kuna ambition. Yes, Ruto ana ambition. Akiweka kitu kwa ambition, ya hataki kutoka. He don't scare when people die. So alijua vile Uhuru amesalamiana na, let me tell you the truth, amesalamia na Raila. Huyu jamaa akisalamiana na jamaa, sasa hapa sina nafasi. Na mimi kiti mimi naitaka. So lazima ni play hapa mpango vizuri vile hii kitu nitapata. Jamaa kaona hii ndini, akapiga kona. Akaanza kuplay tactics. Akaanza kufanya campaign. Sasa mdozo wake anamwambia bwana, wewe tuliza ball, acha tufanye kazi. Hapana. Na ana wrong advisors. Walimwambia sasa kama jamaa amekufikisha hapo, what do you do? Wewe anza mwendo. Na akaanza mwendo for good years. Anaendelea na mwendo wa campaign. Basi anakuja na narrative ya hiyo sijui nini hiyo, basi nyinyi akauhuduwingi nyinyi yote, hata na wale wamesoma wote ame blind, ame brainwash, na makanisa yote ame brainwash, ameweka pamoja. That's how wale madictators how they do. Unajua hiyo tukwambie, hiyo inaitwa obwenge. Mtu muongo na mamoja, obwenge. Hakukubali. Hata akisema hapa leo amefanya hakubali. And hiyo tactics anatumia, hiyo tactics ya Museveni. Museveni anatumia hivyo. Museveni is not a gunner. So what you want to wacha nimalize.
Why do you think
hold on Atuya ngoja
nataka
kwanza.
kumuuliza swali juu
Ngoja kwanza tafadhali.
On and is wrong.
Hold on, just a little patient. I know we are almost running out of patience, I understand, and we are too late in the day. we need to close. So Mlumbu, go straight to the point, tuanze kumaliza.
So straight to the point ni hii. Ruto alijua kitu anafanya. He knew what he was doing. Hata yeye ni sabotage ya serikali, he knew akifanya hivyo atakuja rudi kwa watu awaseme ni wabaya, mimi nilitoka. He knew what he was doing. Ni very smart. Sije ni mjinga, alijua na hajui kitu anafanya hapo nyuma kuna watu werefu pia itakuja kumhana. Na nyinyi watu mnamsupport. You wait. Alianza mapema, ngoja ifike mwezi wa 3 mwezi ndio utajua. But mkichagua, as I've said, let's wait and see. Thank you.
Mulumbu natutanganya hapa bana. Ni kama hii handshake ni kama kuita mtu kwa bedroom yako alafu sasa unaambia ati akae kando na bibi wako bana. Si hata
ni sawa vile ulivyosema. You go on.
Ukiita mtu kwa bedroom yako bana alafu sasa akae hapo bana, akae nini kando na bibi wako, si hata defile.
Order everybody. Which bedroom are you talking about? I want us to be realistic. The government of Kenya is the government.
Unajua sasa nimetumia mfano. Nimetumia mfano tu sasa hii handshake.
Huyo ndio Taliban.
Si ndio?
Na kuambia the government of Kenya belongs to
everybody.
Yes, every Kenyan. Is Raila a stranger?
Yeah.
How can he be a stranger when
he's not a stranger? Lakini sasa
so if mtu akikuwa incorporated
hakuwa kwa serikali, unajua serikali.
Ngoja Taliban, because unajua ninyi watu tunataka kufanya the government of Kenya to be a private affair of Jubilee.
Abana, sio hivyo. Unajua sasa unajua sasa si ati mara yetu ya kwanza kujua vile Raila anakuanga. Yani akiingia tu serikali anaanza kufuruka vitu maneno, yani ni mtu mfuruku tu.
Ruto alikimbia siku ya kwanza after the handshake. Alikuwa amefuruka nini?
Yeye anataka kukua, yani akae kama president na yeye sio deputy president na yeye sio deputy president. Sasa wewe maneno ya huyu Raila.
When Mulumbu was speaking, haukuwa unamuuliza maswali katikati. But the moment Taliban
naomba hivi niliwaambia we are late in the day, we want to begin to close. Na sitaki hapa story ya kunini kubishana story ya UDA na ODM. We are on the winding line. We want to hear the submission of and they give their closing remarks. The story ya kuendanga ya kutafuta excuses for the misbehavior of the DP, hiyo ndio staki. Mtu akifanya makosa ambiwe amefanya makosa, na ni makosa wewe kudefy your boss. It doesn't matter how many rights you have in any country anywhere on the earth. You don't defy your boss and stick in the office. Unamwambia utadu. That doesn't work. And it is a bad example to the children. Justifying it makes it even worse. If you are the husband, you have made up a decision. Watoto wanaenda Buruburu girls, wanaenda Buruburu primary school. Okay? Then your wife
alafu sasa you are husband alafu unaleta bwana mwingine kwa bedroom yako.
In Africa, we marry even 6. There is a man who has 5 wives, all of them under one roof in the same house. So you will be, and he's still the control of the compound. You don't find an excuse for somebody to rebel. Let's just drop that. Let's just drop that. Where is this Chengo?
Leo Kenya mlali. Leo Kenya mlali.
Leo Kenya ndio nataka nifunge kitu in the next 10 minutes.
Bana.
At least Kenya tulale kidogo.
Bana.
Subiri kwa
kuntu
ngoja kwanza tafadhali. Nimesema Chengo ndio anaongea kwanza. Nimeona mkono ya kuku kurukun to TV. Nimeona mkono yako, subiri nakuja. Okay? Nasikia kutoka Chengo, alafu tuondoke tafadhali. Chengo, unmute and talk.
Yes, hamjambo.
Hatujambo, karibu.
Asante sana, asante sana. So I've been hearing everyone speak from both sides. It's been like a shouting match, you know, from our brothers. I'm a Baba man. And what I'm hearing Ruto say is not really a policy. You know, it's not a policy. He's just blubbering. He's just shouting. Nataka kumpatia mama mboga, nataka kuwasaidia mama mboga, nataka kuwasaidia watu wa bodaboda, mkulima, hawa jamaa wa chini. Ni kina nani? Utawasaidia vipi? Yeah? Lakini baba akiongea, you can hear he's articulating policies. We want to do this. If we look at other countries that were with us during then, to now we move forward. What did we do wrong? You know, he's trying to find the problem. Once you have the problem, you come up with a solution. Right? Wale tuliokuwa tuko nao wakati wa 1960s na wamepiga hatua. Sisi tulikosea wapi? Unaona? Ndio anasema jenga Kenya, nunua Kenya. We make from within. Once we have that, all those factories, that's where we get this of employment. No. We cannot compare ourselves with the US. We cannot compare ourselves with some developed European countries. Bado tuko chini kiuchumi. So we have to see, where did they start? Technologically, we are very behind. We are very behind. Sasa mtu umeenda university, umemaliza degree yako, alafu unaambiwa focus iko kwa kina mama mboga. Sasa wewe mwenyewe ulienda shule, where's your position? Ni hayo tu kwa sasa, naomba mwenye kuribato.
Hiyo ni strategy ya Ruto bana. Anaona sasa sababu economy ya Kenya imekuwa mbaya, sasa tutumie hii mbinu. Sasa hiyo unatuambia hivi tusijaribu.
That is what people want to hear, and he knows how to do that. He's telling what people want to hear.
Okay.
But he doesn't mean it. He just wants power. That's all.
Okay, Chengo.
Yes.
You actually say that whenever Ruto speaks, he's speaking rumors, he's speaking something very unpracticable. So what makes you think when somebody says he will build an industry, it's something practical?
No, you have to answer.
You have to theories.
Questions. You have to answer. You have to ask yourself questions.
Okay, answer me. That's the question I want you to answer me. Now tell me why you feel that we are telling the people at the bottom of the pyramid that we will empower them. That is hogwash as compared to telling them we will build industries. What's the difference?
Chengo, can I answer for you?
No, I want Chengo to answer me, not you guys.
Atuya and the rest, please. Let's keep order. I said we are winding up, okay?
But Mr. Bennett, I can answer for Chengo what Atuya has asked.
Give your answer immediately. Give your answer in very brief. Go ahead.
Okay. Atuya, tulikuuliza ni nini Ruto atafanya na hiyo 120 million ambayo ana promise. And we trace that what he would actually do is what the Kenyan government is actually doing right now by kupatiana hizo uwezo fund na hizo manini. I thought we talked about this like 3 hours ago. We have already talked about this. Sijui ni nini hiyo unasema ambayo the Kenyan we don't understand. But what Raila is talking about, and that's what Mr. Chengo has said, is something that is more articulated and is something that is way much better than what Mr. Ruto is talking about. Other than rather than having madeni ya hizo mauwezo fund na hizo madeni za uwezo fund na youth fund, mbona tusijengewe more industries ambazo zitakuwa na Kenyan made product na Kenyan made goods ambazo itafanya Wakenya wengi, Kenyan youth wakuwe employed kulingana na uwezo wao ambayo wamesomea. Wale ambao wamefika university watapata kazi, wale ambao ni mamboga ambao pia wako na level kidogo ya watapata kazi katika hizo industries. Kwa nini tusifanye hiyo ambayo Raila anasema itakuwa imefanyika kuliko tuende kwa hiyo 120 million ambayo Ruto anasema, na hata hatujui atapatiana aje hiyo 120 million. Si tumekuwa kwa hiyo discussion, hiyo 120 million we even don't know how we will give out.
Okay. Thank
And
you,
then
Musa. I think you made
in
your
our
point.
African countries, in this bottom-up economy, even in Africa, there is nowhere it has been proven and tested that it's working. So we don't want to experiment with our already delicate economy. We do not want.
Penny, are you done?
What I was saying is that why would we subject our already delicate and why would we subject our already delicate economy to something that has not been proven and tested? We are not sure where it has worked locally in the African continent. So we cannot go for something that is sounds too good to be true. We want something that will address our urgent need.
It is going to work.
Penny, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Who is speaking?
I have a question. Atuya.
Atuya, you are coming in from any quarter when we are trying to wind up. Ask your question very briefly.
No, you are the majority here, so you actually.
In fact, it's not a matter of numbers. It's a matter of we are trying to wind up. So it's not a matter of balancing who has spoken, who has not.
And then it's also a question of objectivity. We don't want to be protecting personalities. We are objectively. That is why we have gone to school. So we are objective in our discussion.
That's very true, Penny. If it's an issue of becoming objective enough, then we should be giving both sides an equal ear. When someone comes in and says that your proposal is poor, it's not working, it's not gonna work, and then on the other side he says industries, we will build an industry in every village that will work. That is now thinking. That's not being critical thinkers. That's not being a critical thinker.
Reviving our industries that have collapsed, like the Kikomis, like the Sony Sugar, and other organizations that have collapsed. These are things that have existed before. It's only that corruption, due to corruption, these industries collapsed because of corruption. It is what.
And I've always asked you guys a question. You guys are always pegging bottom-up approach to Mama Mbogas only. Bottom-up approach is a way of approaching the economy of this country. When Ruto says a bottom-up approach, it doesn't mean he's only going to focus on Mama Mbogas. There's what he calls creating new SMEs in the economy. We want young people to create businesses.
I think now we're going to go around in circles. Bernard.
We'll never come around in circles because you cannot peg bottom-up approach to Mama Mbogas and equate that to Raila's industries. And the issue about industries, it was even brought about by us creating industries at the bottom level to create employment for people. Now you're running with the idea and weighting it against Mama Mbogas. You cannot do that.
Atuya, I love the way you keep you
Bernard,
know. I know it is difficult
Bernard,
to, yes. Please, let's mute our
yeah.
mics, Kwanzaa.
Oh,
If everybody
Unipata.
is going to call, we are going to end up making noise. Okay. Atuya, you asked a question, the difference between Raila's promises and Ruto's promises.
Unmute, Bernard, unmute.
Sorry.
Kisii.
Sorry. I'm saying Ruto is promising to send 120 million to every constituency additional to help people who wants to do business borrow money for either at no interest or at less interest, so that they can get loan outside the banking system.
Yes, that's
okay.
one. Two.
Sorry, which
That's
other one has he promised?
We have spoken about SMEs. We have spoken about local manufacturing, value addition.
What local manufacturing? When did you speak that? I'm hearing it from
yourself. Listen to yourself. Questioning.
No,
no. Ruto has
the
always
person who has spoken about industrialization. Relax.
Go back to Ruto's interviews.
The only person who has spoken about industrialization and value addition is Baba. And he did that.
Bottom up.
What bottom up? You know, you people have turned Uda into the dictionary of this country.
We have always spoken about value addition.
You are not being honest.
Animal skins.
Let's look here. On the basis of what you are saying, who came up with bottom up? Is it not Ndi? And it's not Ndi who went on Twitter and said he copied what was in NASA. And NASA was in 2017.
Wait, listen. Ndi was the chief economist in the NASA. And when Raila shook hands with the Uhuru, he ran away with his ideas to Ruto. So bottom-up approach was never an idea of NASA or even Raila. It was an idea.
We are not saying we are the one that said it. We are saying it is who said that the narrative you are selling of dynasty against wherever hustlers was bad for the country. So he came and helped you change it from bottom up to cool the war that was brewing between the hustlers and the dynasty. It is reported. You can take on Twitter's handle. Fondi is the one who said it. We are not the ones that said it. So we can't recant what somebody else said until that person comes and says that's not what they say. Fondi is the one that said it. We are not the ones that said it. So we can't recant what somebody else. Now, I think we are overdoing this. Let's conclude. Let's hear from Kukurukuntu TV. You give your submission and closing remarks in the next 2 minutes or so.
Yeah. Otherwise, I was giving the closing remarks. Number one, kituona sema ni hii, because no topic ilikuwa na we were talking about Ruto in Kisii and Papa in Garissa. So what I was quoting is this one, as it was stated earlier from Kisii County. Previously, tulikuwa tunakuwa divided, ni tutakuwa in two groups, hata 3, hata mtu yote akikuja sana aweza pewa kura. But at this moment, the ground it has changed, and that's what I want to tell you, Atuya, my brother. Kisii ananyamira, the ground imebadilika. If you want to witness this one, you can go and review. Mimi nilikuwa kwa ground jana. Pale ground ilikuwa tofauti. Ogembo Center, it has inapepa constituency 3, that is Bomachoge, Chache, and that is South Mugirango, and that is Bobasi. Akupata chance ya kusungumza the Hasara nation mnasema. hakupata the real opportunity ya kuongea na watu because the ground it was totally different. The ground was shouting Jungwa. Let's go to Ikoba Center. Imepepa Abagirango as watu kutoka South Mugirango and Bomachoge Church. The ground was too different, which shows ground ni tofauti. So what is being ile ambayo watu wanaimba from that side ni kitu ilikuwa ni kitu yenye watu wenye hawajagundua, but wenye washagundua ukweli what is the Hasra Nation, kitu inamaanisha wamesha change mind. Another thing nini sema kwamba for us to promote economy in our country, one thing is to end corruption. If we end corruption, as Papa vile anasema kwamba atahakikisha kwamba atamaliza mambo na corruption, we will build our country as Tanzanians, vile Tanzania walifanya. Tanzania ni achuzi, lakini because we end that corruption, country iko very well, iko sawa. But if we cannot manage this corruption, hata tulete bottoms up and left and right and up and down, kama corruption ijaisha, hatutaenda mahali, tutakwama, tutaishi tu na maskina, tutakuwa na wheelbarrow and whatever will be there. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity, Bernard. Nashukuru sana, tutakuwa pamoja tena, if God willing, tutakuwa pamoja. This is Nyaptodeni Amkuntu from Kisii TV, but Kukurikuntu is my name. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. And if you are new here, you have not joined our WhatsApp group, there is everybody mute your mic, please. Talban, your mic is on. There is the private chat. Private chat, you drop your number there. Then we will be able to add you on a WhatsApp group where we discuss these things before we come on the live discussion. It's also very hot there, but we would want, if you want to be debating there, please leave your number there so that we add you. But if you don't have to, it's an open invitation. Let's hear from Tony, and although you came in late, you just give your submission as brief as possible, and then you give your closing remarks. Carry on. Tony, unmute first. You are still mute. You are still mute, Mr. Tony. Unmute your mic first.
Okay. Let me say hi to everyone.
Yes. Hi.
It's unmute.
Okay, carry on now. We can hear you.
Now, yeah, you can hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you well. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I tried to listen today the way the DP was traversing the Kisii counties. I see also together with the attempt to visit Kebirigo, which is under Nyamira County, trying to see the impact or get the impact that is making on the ground. And quite honestly, it's a fact that he has a quite number of followers over there, and people try to listen to his to him. However, you doubt whether these are faithful followers, whether they are really following his policies, or they are after what he can give them. Of course, the Kebirigo one was disrupted, and the others, of course, Osoro's place was not as many or more turnout than like it was expected. Of course, in Kisii town, there's some guys, whether arranged or by accident, tried to shout him down, where he had to pass through by not even responding. Now, when I try to see what he's trying to sell his policies, of course, one of the policies, bringing funds or money to the mama mboga or the common person is one of the good policies that he can bring to the people. But the way he's putting it, there is no it is not institutionalized. There is no law yet to dictate the same that hiyo pesa is guaranteed to the people. It's just a promise. And it is not more likely to happen because you don't know whether it will be passed in parliament or how many MPs is going to get so that they can assist him to pass the same. Of course, he has had the time in parliament. If he could have whipped these guys in parliament, probably that number which supports him, they could have passed such a policy. Why did he not do it? So if he had a chance with these guys because he has a lot of influence in them and he never did it, he has very good excuses, which I think, of course, he cannot be justified to do that because he's in the system. He has had the power to make laws that was to align with his policies right now or his manifesto. Saying that if he gets the office, he's going to do the same is more likely to be a lie because he does not know the future, what it holds for him. Now, and then when you compare him with Baba, Baba has an advantage because he claims, he honestly, openly says he's not in the government, although he has some friendship through the handshake with the leadership. Now, if he has the friendship cannot necessarily translate to legislation. The handshake, it was personal and it has helped, assisted both Baba and the president in the office right now to do some projects here and there. Now, this is what goes wrong with the DP. The DP wants everything. He does not want to cooperate with the group. He's not a team player. He's a sole man. He wants to get everything by himself, do by himself. This is egocentrism. His ego is too much. And if he takes power, there is a danger that he will dictate some things or some policies that will not resonate well with the rest of the population. Now, according to me, of course, I do admire very much the way he plays his politics, but the problem is these politics have an hidden agenda. So for those of us who are not interested in politics, sometimes people try to say, so long as I'm given some money here and there, I don't care. But they give this money. This money is not their own money. This money is the money that was assigned to their offices by law, especially the DB. He has a budget for his office. How much money he is getting with all the benefits, he has made enough money to save because he's not doing no government work right now to save and bring to these people. Even the money, when you go to church, you give the money to the church. In fact, he went to some church in Kisii and he was saying, he's trying to apologize why he was not called to come and give.
Okay, Tony, I think has a technical hiccup. Or can we hear from Geoffrey your closing remarks? Geoffrey Penny, then Musa. Geoffrey Penny, Atuya, then Musa.
Okay, thank you, Brother Bernard, for the chance, and I really appreciate all the panelists, the way they have articulated their issues.